Welcome to MSP's World Championship of Public Speaking pregame show. It's a packed room, as you can see. It's going to be a blast. We're going to have a lot of fun. Let me introduce everybody and stop talking. We have Phil Barth, who is from 2011 finalist. We have Kingy Biddle, who was in the final with Phil in 2011 and is the first runner-up from 2013 because he didn't want me to say second. We have Kim Kaufman, who was in the 2016 finals. We have Eric Feinendagen, who was in the finals from 2015 and 2018 and a fellow Midwest Speaking Professionals member. And then we have Louisa Montavo, who can show her 2019 trophy if she feels like it.
Louisa, let's see the big trophy. Come on, Louisa.
Yeah, if she wants to. But rather than keep talking, I'm going to hand it over to our Midwest Speaking Professionals president, Barbara Beckley.
Yes, thank you, Jeff. I appreciate it. Yay! So we are, oh my God, this is like, we're ready to rumble and we have these finalists here. I'm like, Jeff, I'm going to not talk that much because I want these wonderful finalists to talk. And just to let everybody know, right after this, we're going to do this for like 50 minutes. And then we're going to have like a 10 or 7-minute break. We're going to have a commercial and then we're going to go right into the contest. And everybody will get to watch this wonderful and see who's going to be the next champ of the 2020 World International Public Speaking. But before that, let's talk to these winners. These are all winners here. These are all finalists. They made the big stage. And one person won like out of the 3. So with that said, how are we all doing? And we're going to get right into the questions. So my biggest thing, and just for all the other viewers out there, all the like 10,000 viewers that are looking, not to make you all nervous or anything. So far, we got like 20 people hooked up right now, and it's steady coming, just to let you know. Now, I want to give this question to everybody. So this is going to free for all. So what happens between the time you win the semifinals, because all you won that, and get to the big stage, before you walk on that big stage? What just happens? I want to start with, I'm going to go with the ladies first. Let's go with Kim. Oh, she's on mute.
All right, so Barbara, so I think that's a fantastic question. I think that a lot of people are feeling that today, well, a special 8. And so the big thing is rest. But that's really hard to do because your stress level, your excitement, there's so much adrenaline that's going on. So that's really hard to do. So you kind of live, at least for me, in like a cloud world for a while where you're just on overdrive, so excited, so thrilled. It's like a kid waiting for the holidays, you know, you just can't wait to do it. But you have to keep those nerves in check. So that's the big thing. And then, of course, just rehearsing that speech. And one of the best tips I received from a former world champion, Mark Brown, was that when he was in the finals, he said, you know, you have to take a little bit of the polish off. So that's the thing, you know, you can rehearse that speech, get it perfect. But when it comes time to actually do it in front of an audience, you got to take a little bit of that polish off to really make it fresh again. So that's the thing. Manage those nerves, rehearse, and then just let loose once you get on the stage. So I'm going to hand it back to you because I know we've got a lot of great insights today.
Thank you, Kim. Yes, wonderful, wonderful. And let's go to Louisa because was like, what was your feelings?
When I placed at Region, I realized I was one of the top 144 speakers in the world. So I called a few of my friends and couldn't believe that. So when I was actually making it to the finals, I called my other 2 friends and told them I was now a finalist. And I did something that most people don't do Thursday night when you have to give a speech Saturday, is I rewrote my speech entirely because I wasn't happy with what I had. And I got a totally different aura from the crowd. And I said, I can't do this speech. So I went and totally rewrote my speech. So mine was very fresh. It was a lot of unpolished stuff because
oh my God.
it was new. It was new, but I had fun. So that's
what
I
my
did.
God. I just have to like bow down to that because I would just probably just would have lost it. Okay, Phil, how about what was you feeling? What was your, you know, that before walking on that stage?
So you asked what happens between the semis and the finals, and my first thought was you freak out. I did a little bit. I had a little bit more prep than Louisa. I junked my final speech with 10 days to go and wrote a new one.
Oh my God.
After winning the semis, my wife and I went out, had dinner. We got back to the hotel, and my home club had sent a bottle of wine. So I got one good night's rest, and then it was practice, practice, practice. I practiced until about midnight. Went into the hotel room, got into bed. So I'm going to get a good night's sleep. 2 hours later, I woke up, and I tried to get back to sleep. There's no way. So about 4 a.m, I went down and started pacing the main stage, and I wasn't alone. Jamel Thomas, who was one of our finalists that year, was pacing with me. So it's a lot of energy, a lot of nervousness. The good thing is once you get out there and you're on that final stage, and you get over the fact that you can see maybe the first 2 rows of the audience, and there's 2,000 people there, you get over that in the lights, you just give your speech, and you have a blast. And so all of the freaking out up to that point pays off with 7 minutes of a whole lot of fun.
Wow. You're all doing these speeches over again. What is going on? Let's go to Eric.
Yeah, Louisa and Phil, I don't have the stomach that the two of you have because I need at least 6 to 10 months before I step on a stage, especially in front of the world. But no, Barbara, that's a great question. And I just want to say thank you for having me on the panel. It's an honor. When you win your semifinal, it's a swirl of emotions. And anyone that's won a semifinal knows that all of a sudden you're now Toastmaster royalty. You're a rock star in the world of Toastmasters. People are taking pictures with you. Yes, some people ask for autographs. People want interviews. In 2015, the first time that I made it to the finals, I was in Las Vegas and pretty much kind of an unknown. But in 2018, it was in my hometown of Chicago. So what I had to do was really limit the distractions. Because again, people want to congratulate you, which is great. All that is wonderful. It's actually a benefit of winning, but then you really have to hunker down. You've got to stay focused. And the biggest challenge is, okay, I now have to let go of the semifinal speech because at least for me, right, there's no guarantees, right? You're like Louisa said, top 100 and some in the world you're competing against. For me, I was so focused on my semifinal speech while still rehearsing the final speech. Letting go of that semifinal speech is extremely difficult. You've got to switch, flip the switch. And that's why I think it was 2016. I give so much credit to all the finalists who only had one day. I think they had to compete on a Friday night. So they had to move from their semi to the final speech in about a day. Amazing. So anyways, it's basically that. Getting over that semi, getting ready for final speech, and to Phil's point, and then I'll wrap up here. Everyone's like, how can I get on that final stage? And, sometimes they don't want you on that stage. But just being on that massive, humongous aircraft carrier type of stage, you got to feel that energy. You got, it's so massive that what you practice, in your living room, at your club, it's got to be magnified. So there's a lot of adjustments that have to be made. And of course, throwing up many, many times to get the nerves out. But that's just me. Kidding. Not really.
Thanks, Eric. So next, our last but not least, Mr. King B. How are you doing? I call you King.
Thank you. I totally agree with everything everyone has said. My two experiences in the finals were like chalk and cheese. The first time I went to the final when my name was called as the winner of the semi-final. Oh my gosh, it was like honey on a summer's day. I was so happy. In fact, I think the team from District 72 from New Zealand were more happier than me because they were jumping up and down. I think they were hitting their heads on the roof. But I just remember the first time that I saw that trophy, that trophy of semi-final number 7, I think it was. And what we do is we put it into our room, and we just go back and open the door and look at the trophy, and just there was a sense of pride and a sense of accomplishment. I was really lucky in that first year that I had prepared my second speech. The second year, I didn't prepare the second speech because I was so anxious, as everyone is saying. I was really anxious, really panicky, that I couldn't even sit down and think. So luckily, being from the Maori people, I had to call on my ancestors. Then I got a visit from somebody from the Native American family, and they took me to their ancestral land, which gave me some time to spend with those ancestors, talking with them, praying, then throwing some water over me. So that by the time I got onto the stage, I didn't have an ending. I had worked all night on something, but I realized I was so anxious that I just needed to go to sleep. So before then, I just had a quick little, what we call a karakia, a prayer. I went on that stage, and the ancestors were with me, and I just trusted in them, and they trusted in me. I gave my speech. That's why when I was called first runner-up or second, it was like I had won the World Championship of Public Speaking. Because with all the work that I had done really quickly, I didn't even think I'd come fourth. But yet to come second, it was a really wonderful time. And that's what I know for me is the finalist time between the semi-finals and the finals. It's a magical time. It's a sublime time. It's something that no one can take away from me or from any of us. That feeling and that excitement to get onto that really huge stage that you need a golf cart to go up and down on.
Wow. Awesome. Eric, did you want to say something? He's on mute.
Yeah, one more thing I want to add, and I want to second what everyone has said so far. But the other thing is, every conference has its own personality. It's very unique. So, in 2015, when I was out in Vegas, there was a vibe. Obviously, there's a lot of gambling. So when you make that switch from semis to the finals, and I know it's not going to be allowed starting next year, but you are looking for maybe some callback opportunities. If something happened within the conference itself, you can mention that. And what that does is it really personalizes the speech. So for those that are going to be competing in the future, what I'd recommend is if there is a theme to maybe, again, depending on what the rules are for callbacks, but to maybe work that in, because the last thing that we want to sound like on stage is a robot in just a pre-rehearsed, tape recording. If you can work in something unique, specific to the conference, that's really going to go a long way, because now it's like, that speaker has now made it for, people feel special, right? They made it for us, and that can go a long way. So that's kind of what a lot of us look for between the semis and the finals, whether we use it or not.
Thank you, Eric, for putting that out there, because I know I always hear that when, there's speakers on stage, I hear those callbacks, and it's kind of cool how with doing the speech like 2 minutes before getting up there, like Louisa Henhan and other people, and then on top of that, adding callbacks in there from the other 8 or whatever people that are speaking. So, just for you to do all that. So me saying that, I want to ask each of you, now that we talked about from semifinals to the big stage, let's take it back a little bit more. When you first was in your club and you were like, take in your mind saying, I think I want to do a speech. I want to be in a speech contest. So I want to hear what inspired you, because that's a long way from club, as we all know, and you all know, from club level all the way up to the finals. And we're talking about how many people in Toastmasters doing this. So, I just, it blows my mind. That's why I really honor each and every one of you, because it takes certain qualities for that. So I want to kind of hear, what you were thinking, what inspired you, and what kind of, give a person just one quality that you kind of need to have to move forward. So I'll start with Phil this time.
So, true confession, 2010, I lost in the area, and I wasn't sure if I was going to compete. with about a week to go in 2011 before the club contest, I said, well, you know what? I did this 1 hour project management seminar. Let me pick a story out of there and see what I can do with it. And so I won the club and it wasn't very good. And I won the area and it wasn't very good. And it was like one day before the division, I had this brainstorm, kind of like Kingy did before Cincinnati. There must be storms in Cincinnati. I don't know, Kingy. But I had this brainstorm of how the speech could work. And it was a good thing because our division was loaded with former people who had gone at least as far as the region. I won the division, and then I went to the district, and David Henderson, world champion, I think from 2010, was there, and Maureen Zapala, who's in the finals today, was visiting. And I won the district, and they came up to me afterwards one at a time and said, this speech could make it to the finals. And I'm like, the finals? The land of Darren LaCroix and Mark Brown and Jim Key? No way. And so from there on, I spent the summer and I worked it. And I said I had been in Toastmasters for 10 years and given a total of 40 evaluated speeches. In that 3 months, I gave more than 40 evaluated speeches, which is to say I aged 10 years between the district and the semis. But once it became real to me after the district, I was all in, and that's what it took.
Awesome. Awesome. How about you, Louisa? Uh-oh. She's on mute.
Yeah. No matter what it is I do in life, it's a competition. My mother had that in her. I remember being 5 or 6 years old, and we were walking back from the grocery store, and we each had a bag of groceries, and she would say, race you to the car, and she would take off, and we're like, what? She would win. Every day of my life with my mom was, I bet I can do this faster than you. I bet I can do this better than you. I bet I can do this longer than you. So it was always, but it was so much fun. It wasn't, I have to win. It was, hey, we're going to do this. And we would do it. And one day I would win and she would win. And so it was always a competition. She was an Avon lady, started as an Avon lady, went on to district management and spoke in front of 250 women every Thursday night for her Avon meetings. And I thought everybody did that. So I have no fear of public speaking because I was able to watch my mom do that every Thursday night. So when it came to Toastmasters, competing and speaking in front of people, where do I sign up? Sign me up. So it's been a blessing, everything my mom has done for me and showed me, and I owe it all to her. So that's exactly what it is. It's for me, that's what it is.
Awesome. I love the inspiration that everybody's giving. Let's go to King. Mr. King.
Okay. I lost in the table topics in 2010 in our club contest. I thought that sucked. So I thought I'd work on a speech because I just wanted to win the international speech contest for our club. That would have been really, really awesome for me because you see, I had only started in Toastmasters in March 2010. And winning I didn't even know there were area contests. I didn't know anything. So I went along to the area contest just to see, because I could just, area contest, you had DTMs, you had great polished Toastmasters. So I just wanted to see where the big fish played, just to see what a real Toastmaster, how they speak. The thing was, I ended up winning that contest, which totally blew me out of the water. Well, I thought, okay, I'd go to the division. This is where the creme de la creme play, and it was on that stage where I really gelled, where I started to connect with my speech, and I was lucky enough to win that division contest, and like many have spoken before, we had a DTM come up to me and said, well, have you thought about taking your family with you when you go to Las Vegas? And I chuckled. But it was from then I started to take it a bit more seriously. But when you go to the districts, that's the best of New Zealand. At that time, we have 2 districts now. And I think it was around about when the first speaker got up to speak, oh my gosh, they were so good. I thought, oh, I might just slip away and jump in my car and go back home. But luckily enough, I stayed and I started to see, because I drew the last speaker, I started to see, ooh, there's an opportunity for me. And of course, after the district final, I was lucky enough to win. And then that was the same with the semi-final. Then, of course, in the world final as well of 2010 and 2011. So that's how my journey was. That's what started it. In terms of what keeps me competing, is because one of the beautiful things that happened to you when you were writing your speech, you learn to prune your speech. You start to see which words, sentences, or lines don't really need to be there. You also start to structure your speech a bit more. You get feedback as well as really powerful content. So that's how it's helped me outside of the contest stage. When I need to get up and engage in public speaking, I get to the point quicker, and people leave more clearer on what it is that I want to say.
Awesome. And Kim.
Yes. So going along, again, these are great responses from everybody on the panel. Similar to Louisa, having that parental inspiration. So my dad was in broadcasting for over 30 years. And so I grew up with a dad on the radio who was never afraid to talk to thousands of people. Now, when you're in front of a microphone, it's just you and the microphone, but you're broadcasting to so many. And watching him, and he was a comedian too, so he would go out and I would be on his gigs. I'd help Dad sell cassette tapes and, try and be the cute kid peddling the merchandise. But all of that really inspired me. And so when I grew up, I became a TV broadcaster. So I went into TV news and did that for a while. And my favorite part of TV was the storytelling. It was meeting people from all walks of life. And that was incredible. And the fact that you had to take a story and whittle it down to 60 seconds and get it on air by the 6 o'clock news every single day was a challenge. It kept you on your toes. Some opportunities arose where I made a transition out of broadcasting into, people would call this like the dark side, but corporate communications. So I went over there, but I realized that I missed the storytelling aspect and broadcasting, the fact that you have your microphone and you're in front of people. And I thought, well, what could I do that makes me uncomfortable? I'm still telling stories and I'm getting that natural high. Oh, hey, public speaking. And so that's when I walked into Toastmasters. And so I joined Toastmasters in 2015. And it was shortly after giving my icebreaker speech and a few others that my mentor said, hey, you should think about this international contest. I said, I just joined this club 2 months ago. And he said, no, I think you really have something here. And so I thought, well, why not? So I threw a question to the wind, got my 6 speeches at the time. You had to have your 6 speeches completed in your manual. That's right, Kingy. And so I did that, and then it was magical. So 2016 was incredible. The first year I competed, ended up, making it to district, winning district, getting to the semifinals in Washington, D.C., winning the semis, and then going to the final stage all in that first year. So that was a lot. And I think that's also what contributed to some of that, extra anxiety, because I had never been through the process before. And so having done that, and then I came back and competed the next year, was in the semifinals in Vancouver, Canada, just a lot more perspective. But my goodness, it's just incredible, the experience and the drive. And so I think it was just that, like Louisa was saying, that zest for competition, that zest to do more and be more, inspire people with your messages. Like Kingy says, the storytelling, how do you become the best storyteller you can? There's so many benefits to competing. Yep.
Awesome. This is wow. It seemed like you just was born out, just said, okay, I'm going to do this. And I know with myself, just to be real quickly, before I joined Toastmasters 10 years ago, I was terrified to talk to the person next to me. So, I have to give you all so much. So Eric, give your inspiration on why you even started this journey.
Sure. A few quick things. First, Kim, I'm very envious. You went to the finals within that first year. For me, it took me 11 and a half years and 51 contests before I won district one time.
I tell you,
All right.
everybody's journey is a
So-
little different.
Thank you for sharing that, Kim. It just makes me feel even worse. No. But no, to answer your question, Barbara, I want to piggyback on what Phil said. When I joined Toastmasters in 2004, I was in for 3 weeks. I went to a district conference, and the keynote speaker was Darren LaCroix. So he had just won, 3 years prior. And I'm sitting there in the audience thinking, if I could be at least half as good, right? Not at just half as good as him, sky's the limit. And that's what really inspired me to start competing, because I listened to Darren's story, and he'll admit that speaking, he had to work at it quite a bit, as do I. I'm a numbers guy. I come from a finance economics background, so his whole journey really inspired me to start competing. But I want to speak to what people should talk about in their speeches. It's real simple. If your subject or your topic does not move you, it will not move the audience. Plain and simple. So in 2015, I spoke in my final speech about an autistic boy who did simply an act of kindness for my daughter, who was 6 years old at the time. What this boy did, it brought me to tears at the time. It moved me so much, I had to be his voice, because he couldn't speak for himself. And that moved me so much that I had to talk about it. In 2018, in my final speech, I talk about my best friend who died at 33 and how his life compared and paralleled to my grandmother, who died at 101. Both were moving events for me. So when you're competing in the future, to everyone that's listening, what touches your heart? Because again, if it doesn't touch your heart, it will not touch the heart of your audience.
Awesome. Eric, I'm glad you brought that up, because I wanted to kind of ask, because when you think about this, when you're up there, you're the final, you're the semifinals and you're going to the finals. And then you think to yourself, my 7-minute speech, I'll be up there in front of how many people? And we're talking about just not on the Toastmasters, but I know sometimes it's, out there in the news, on TV, what have you. And you have that 7 minutes to change somebody's life with that 7-minute speech. To me, that would put even more pressure on me. It gets to the point where it's like, it's not about me anymore. It's about who. So who inspired you? I want to hear, who inspires you to keep pushing and keep going? Because I know it takes a team. I always tell people that. So let's start off with let's see, let's start with Eric, and then go forward.
Thanks, Barbara. A question that gets asked a lot, at district conferences is, what inspires you? And, people who are experts at their craft, people that are great at what they do. And I don't care, it could be a figure skater, it could be a musician, in the world of Toastmasters. Again, you watch people that can go up there and command a room and literally change people's lives, in those 5 to 7 minutes. Prez Vasilev, who's from our district, he won in 2013. And I've had the honor of knowing Prez and working with him on a multiple different occasions. His semifinal speech in 2013, to me, it goes down as one of the greatest semifinal speeches of all time. His final speech, just the way he crafted that, it was amazing. So when I see, Barbara, just people that are great at what they do, and just the way that they share what's important to them with the audience, that to me is truly inspiring. And all the people in Toastmasters. There are so many great leaders and communicators. There's a lot of other programs out there, and, I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but if you need inspiration, yes, watch the finals, watch the people in your district that are in the leadership roles and have, spoken in contests. You'll get inspired, believe me.
Awesome. Yeah, and I know, I'm just thinking, because not just within the Toastmaster family, as I call it, but then your own family. Because I mean, some people, if you're married, boyfriend, girlfriend, what have you, you might be causing some what they call craziness when you're going through your own journey. So let's hear about you. Give some kind of love to some of those family members. Hopefully, they're inspiring you too. So I'll put that. Ask Phil about that.
Yeah, good question. And absolutely, my family is very supportive. My wife and kids, they get tired of hearing the speeches, but they are willing to give me feedback. They sit in the living room or the family room, and I pace and give them the speeches. This year was a little easier since we were only practicing on a video speech, so I didn't have to pace as much. They understand the drive to win. They don't necessarily ever want to do it themselves. So they embrace my craziness, or they allow for it. They're very supportive. It's not easy because, especially early on, 2011, I was going to clubs and that was in the evening, right? So I wasn't home for dinner. I was traveling to Dayton or outside of Columbus or places, or in Cincinnati, doing all these practices. And so my wife was taking care of the 3 kids and very supportive. So that's inspirational. In terms of other inspiration, stand-up comics inspire me. I like to make people laugh, and I have the detention slips from high school to prove it. When I get on the stage, I want to connect with the audience, and I want to know they're behind me. And the easiest way to do that is within 30 seconds, say something, and if they laugh, I'm there. And I've actually had a couple times when the title of my speech made people laugh. And that is so awesome. I have spent 0 minutes and 0 seconds, and I've already got my first laugh, and I already know you're behind me, and I know we're going to have fun. Because there's another bit of inspiration. I think it was Drew Barrymore that said, when I go to do a movie, I go to the other actors, I say, let's play. And that's what's in my mind, right? When I'm going up to that stage, let's play. Let's have fun. For the next 7 minutes, let's just have fun. And if I've got that in my mind and we can have fun, it's going to be a great 7 minutes.
Awesome, Phil. Yeah, you have to, and through all this, you got to throw fun in there, right? You have to have fun. So, Kim, inspiration. Who inspired you? Who was rallying behind you?
You bet. So when I joined, again, Toastmasters in 2015, there was a woman there. Her name is Bonnie. And Bonnie had been in Toastmasters for a very long time. And, it's amazing the people that rally behind you, that kind of take you under their wing. I consider her like a second mom. And you need that when you're competing, because it's easy to get beat up. You beat yourself up. Obviously, this speech is no good. I'm no good. Oh my gosh, I can't do this. You get a lot of feedback. You have to learn what to take, what to not, and do it all very graciously too in the process. But having somebody like Bonnie who could kind of be that voice of reason and also help with the speech writing, I think it's really important to have that, to have that group in your corner to help push you along. It's like training at a gym. You have that personal trainer to take you with them. And the other thing that I've always had too is, in addition to a strong mentor, is a strong coach or a couple of coaches to review material and just help you with everything from the writing process to the speaking process to the getting in your head and out of your head process. And so all of that is very, very helpful to have a coach too. So anyway, but Bonnie was really a big inspiration for me and continues to be to this day. She keeps saying, hey, need you to get back out there. Need you to get back out there. I'm like, yeah, I will soon enough.
Yeah, it does really help when you have people behind you pushing. Even when they're yelling at you saying, you need to do that, or the message wasn't right, or I didn't understand what you were talking about. Even those type of inspirations help, right? We all understand about evaluations.
That's right. Tell me the stuff even I don't want to hear. Exactly, Barbara. It's good. Got to be honest.
It does help you. It makes that growing part of it. So just a quick 1 second commercial to get up to speed with everybody, because I see people still coming on and watching us right now. We're into the pre-show with these wonderful finalists, talking about how they've been inspired, how they felt when they first got on stage, some really good stuff. So I want people to really understand that anyone can do this. I just want to put that out there. Everybody on this panel, I mean, they did the same thing we all did. We signed up for Toastmasters one day and we said, okay, let's either some kind of improvement, either want to get more confidence, or, you know, if they were in broadcasting, maybe they wanted to increase their levels in it, or just, you know, to put that message out there because they wanted somebody to help somebody with their message. So I want everybody to know that this is not just, oh, well, they're all like, oh, and I can't do it. No, each and every person out there can do what these finalists have done. And just to let everybody know, we have like maybe 15 more minutes before we go. And, you know, the contest is coming up at 9. So I just want to get to Louisa and King on what inspired them, and then we'll get to one more question for that. So Louisa, what inspired you? Who's rallying behind you?
Well, again, my mom has always been my number one supporter, but in our club, we have a lady who actually chartered the clubs down in South Texas because there were no clubs in South Texas. She's Phyllis Allen. She's been in Toastmasters 42 years. 6 years after they allowed women, she joined Toastmasters because it was a club of just men. So she joined because she had a fear of public speaking. And she's the one that's kind of been behind me. And at one point we called her Pushy Phyllis because she's like, have you paid your dues? Have you written that speech? Have you done this? Let's go, let's go, let's go. And I remember the semifinals speech that I wrote or that I gave last year. I got up because Phyllis said, anybody have a pocket speech? We don't have any speakers. Who's going to give a speech today? And she looked at me, Louisa, can you give a speech today? And I went, well, I guess I can. So I got up there and gave a speech about a bullfight in Mexico City when I was a teenager. And this gentleman that just visited the clubs, he was the husband of one of the members, he came up to me and said, you know, that's your winning speech. And I said, excuse me? A speech about a bullfight? He said, that's your winning speech. So when I made it to district, I made it to district 7 years in a row. I believe somebody had said 11 years. It took me 7 years. It was my first international conference last year, so I didn't know what to expect at an international conference. But when I got to district, one woman told about her brother dying. Another woman told about her son being killed in a crash. And I'm about to take the stage saying, you're talking about killing a bull, Louisa. This has no way are you going to be able to get anywhere in your district. And it won. So slap me. And there you go. You never know. You never know what's going to work. You never know what's going to stick. It's kind of like throwing that spaghetti on the wall and wow, okay, here we go. So yes, inspiration, it would be my mother and Phyllis Allen. Well, there you go. Question
Awesome.
asked and answered.
Good call out. Yes, we got to thank the people that have been in our lives that really helped and pushed us and just told us like, yeah, that's going to do it. So Mr. King, inspiration, who inspired you? Who's behind you?
Well, thank you. Thank you. I have to say, bullfighting and changing attire wins competitions currently. Did you get that? Did you get that one there, Eric? Changing attire. That was an awesome speech because there was the message that was behind it. Who inspires me? My wife, Wendy. In fact, she's in the next room getting ready to watch the World Championship of Public Speaking. She is the one that inspires me because she's the one that stayed up with me all night the night before the World Championship of Public Speaking finals in 2013 where I had the bones of a speech, but it wasn't at a point that I was happy with. Wendy stayed up all night with me. She saw me fall over. She saw me want to change my speech. She saw me try to rewrite a semi-final speech I did 2 years before because I had just given up. And she also saw me rise. She was there, no judgments. She was just there for me. And I think not only are the coaches there to be able to help you with words, with lines, and with content, but they also can create a cloak of safety around you, because one of the biggest things we have to deal with in that whole journey, especially as we start winning division, district, and semifinals is a whole lot of stress. So one of the things that I love that inspires me for my wife, Wendy, she helps me with my speeches, but she helps me calm the nerves by creating a space that has me feel safe. Because that's when I'm safe and when I'm settled, I win. I win trophies, not because I want to win trophies, but the messages that I share in those speeches are communicated more clearly. It's and it's not just my wife Wendy, it's that Toastmasters family that we always talk about. And in fact, Phil and I were competing against each other in 2010 after we left the finals briefing. Phil called me over and said that Jim Key wanted to talk to me because he had a letter for me. You know, I've been to contests where people at other contests, like sporting contests, where they wouldn't even let you get any form of advantage. That's what inspires me, the human spirit.
Awesome. Oh my God, that is so awesome. Yeah, I mean, like I said, you do it on yourself, but that's awesome. So I want to get into, because I see people are kind of, the audience out there that's watching us are asking some questions. And
Hello.
with the little time that we have, there was one that I want to put up that I think would help everybody. So it looks like Matthew said, definitely curious to hear more about how about coach helping, help with having a coach. And I know some people within Toastmasters hire coaches or they have people or their whole club is a coach. So just from a few of you real quickly, because of timing, what do you think about coaches? Oh, Phil?
I use them. Mike Davis is my lead coach. www.speakingcpr.com. Mike Davis, you owe me now. Lance Miller, also a good coach that I have used in the past, world champion. I have run my speech by other world champions. The thing I look for in a coach is somebody who's going to not just help me with the speech and crafting the message. That's important. But I need somebody that can get me out of my head. And if the speech is not worthwhile, I need them to say, that speech sucks, do something new. And that's what I'm looking for in the team. And Mike Davis and Lance Miller have both provided that for me. And I wouldn't have gotten as far as I have without them.
Wow. Okay. Anybody else regarding coaching real quickly? Eric?
All right. Yes, without question, coaches make the difference. As I mentioned, it took me a long time to win district. Once I started working with a coach, the change happened. So Jeff Stein is my speech coach. And Jeff, you've been great. Thank you so much. I've worked with Prez Vasilev, the 2013 world champion, on some things. But I've also had, I've got a speech coach, a vocal coach, a humor coach, a thinking coach, a body language coach. So don't just think that once you have one coach, you're good, right? Because there's so many different aspects of giving a speech. But I'll end with this. And I want to thank Kingy and Philip for this. Kingy, he took the time in 2018. He's out in New Zealand to do a 45-minute call with me. And Kingy helped me craft the last 3 sentences of my semifinal speech, which I feel made a huge difference. So thank you, Kingy. Phil Barth and I in Chicago in 2018, we were competing not against each other, but in different semifinals. And we were helping each other all the way up to those semifinals, even the night before. So don't think that a coach has to be someone, from the outside or whatever. One thing that always marvels me is the greatness of fellow contestants and their willingness to help others. So again, another beautiful thing about Toastmasters.
Awesome. And can I get one more person to talk a little bit about the coaching part of it?
Okay, I'll jump in. I don't have a coach of sorts. I often spend time talking with Jock Elliott. Jock Elliott, winner in 2011. He and I have a great relationship. One of the things that I like about Jock as a coach is that he may not say this speech sucks, or he might say you've put too much in the speech. he'll he'll paint a picture so that I can see it, so that I can understand what it is. Then I can go away and make my changes. The other thing that Jock tells me is he tells me what he sees, so that when I give my message, he tells me. So a message might be say hello to each other, because we don't say hello to anybody anymore like we once did. Jock told me what he saw was when we say hello to each other, it opens a door of understanding. All I got to was the door. I didn't even know there was a door there. And the way that Jock talks is that he helps me see the next step, those things that I don't actually see. Then he lets me go away, and then he and I talk again. Well, I think that's one of the things. I think you need to know what you want from a coach, and then go find somebody that can help you get that. But also, be really happy when they provide other things that you didn't even know that you could get from a coach. And in Maori, we don't use that word tauira, coach. We use the word tauira, and tauira in the Maori language means example. They are an example of an area that I want to excel in.
Awesome. So now there's another question that maybe we can fit in real before I ask the big question, is that dealing with this year, somebody asked, and I was just trying to get to their question right here. What do you think of the audience this year that can't see their audience? And I hate, you know what, I'm scared to ask Eric this because I kind of know his answer, but let's hear from some other people and he can probably chime in. What do you think about that real quickly for the contestants this year?
Barbara, I'm sorry, was that for me?
Anybody that wants to
Okay.
answer.
I'll weigh in. And again, I'm thinking of my broadcasting background. Again, when you're at the anchor desk, you're looking at a camera, but your voice and your face are going out to a lot of different people. I think the hardest thing with a virtual platform is the fact that, it's hard to get audience feedback, right? What's resonating? Where are my laugh lines? Did that story hit home? So you're kind of wandering through a hallway in the dark. And you really have to gauge it. So I think this time, as far as contestants gearing up for the contest, those club visits, making sure your speech is heard by a lot of different audiences can be helpful. So you know that going into a virtual format. And the other thing too is it's just really talking to the camera. When you're a lot closer, I think you're not on a big stage. You don't have to fill up the room so much. So I think that was also another transition or a change from this year to previous years.
Yeah, much difference from previous years to this year. This be what's going on. And Can I get one more weigh in with that? Anybody else?
Yes, I think also one of the things that the contestants need to contend with is to create a new relationship with technology. I'm looking at the screen and I notice that I don't have a piece of light that should be just around over here that could shine on my face so that you can actually see where I am. The other one is I need to make sure that my Wi-Fi is okay. I also need to make sure that when I'm looking at the actual camera as opposed to something on the side, so that when I'm talking, I'm not like this. So the other thing, though, in terms of coaching, it's actually helped. I've been part of a team that was helping a man by the name of Mark Tannen. He was one of the regional 12 champions. We had people and we would coach him via a Zoom situation. Every day at 12 o'clock, we would meet with him and help coach him for his speech should he have made it to the finals. That's really opened up things now, that technology, so that we're not able to travel to the 40 districts that you went to there, Phil. We can actually do it over Zoom and go all around the world. That's really helped. But of course, just to support what Kim says, that ability to touch lives, and as what Eric said, is that when that speech resonates with you and you can't see it resonating with somebody else because you're looking at a camera, it makes it really, really hard, that what we call te kanohi ki te kanohi, te ngākau ki te ngākau, face to face, heart to heart, that connection which speeches are just wonderful. Wi-Fi, they're like Wi-Fi connect us, the spiritual Wi-Fi between you and I. Can't happen. Well, it can, but we can't see it happen on a virtual competition.
Wow. Well, thank you, everybody. I mean, we're 10 minutes before the big showdown. So I just want to leave everybody with this because, you know, there's going to be some discussions afterwards. So let everybody know out there that we're going to be showing the contest right here live. So I don't want anybody leaving saying, oh, well, that was the end. No, this is not the end. This is only the beginning because we're going to see the contest. We're going to see who's going to win. And then we're having an after show with these same lovely finalists and gets their intake and their views on what they've seen and what they heard. But can I just get two people real quickly, just because it's a question I want to ask everybody, but with timing, who do you think will win? Well, I mean, just real quickly, who do you think? Oh, Phil, real quick.
Kwang Yu Young, because he has, in my mind, looking at the semifinals, he has mastered that ability to have that one-on-one conversation with 1,000 people using technology. So my vote's for Kwang.
Oh, and one more person want to weigh in real quick? Oh, Louisa.
My vote is for Mike Carr.
Okay.
I saw something very genuine. I saw a different style. And I know Phil said Kwang Yu Yang. I see a pattern with Kwang. He does have the ability to connect with an audience. That's great. But I think maybe judges are looking for something authentic or different, unique, something that makes them say, wow. And I think Mike Carr has that.
So thank you for your feedback, finalists. We will be back. We're going to right now do a quick commercial, then we're going to get right into the contest. So I'm going to take everybody down for a minute. Well, they'll see you. We'll see you later. Okay, and we'll just do this quick commercial for everybody. Just get to know who we are as Midwest, and just let everybody know, I have to give a shout out because Midwest Speaking Professionals, we decided that we really wanted to share this wealth of wonderful, wonderful people that are out here that been on stage, the finalists that's been out there, so you can learn some things. So a quick intro to who we are, and then we're going to get right into the contest.
We really are glad that you're able to join us here today. When Midwest Speaking Professionals isn't doing events like this, we're meeting the first and third Sunday from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Central Time. That is our normal time, and we help Toastmasters become professional presenters. We help you to transition to that, whether it be that you want to walk on stage at the Moth, or maybe you want to be a TEDx presenter, or you just want to be better at work, or maybe you're a professional comedian and you're looking for an audience to try out your material. Midwest Speaking Professionals is the place to be to do that. We offer the opportunity for longer form possibilities in terms of what you're going to present. If you have a 30 to 45-minute presentation that you need to be working on, you can bring it here. And we'll give you a round-robin evaluation from all of our membership and whoever's there that day to get you the best possible feedback so that you can succeed. We have other aspects of our programming as well, what we call a think tank. If you're stuck, whether it be in your professional purposes or if something you're working on from a writing perspective, if you need that thought process, it's almost like a mastermind that you can bring in and you can use into on your own. We asked members to come back and tell us about how their events went in an event thing that we call How It Went. It's pretty simple, huh? Midwest Speaking Professionals is a group that I helped found for the sole purpose of helping people become better, to growing people, to get comfortable being professionals, to have that ability to transition. And we often bring in amazing, incredible presenters to do that. One of them is an event that we're going to have coming up on October 18th. Maybe you've heard of Lois Kramer. If you haven't, she's the author of Book More Business, Make More Money Speaking. And if that still hasn't give you enough pause or credence to say, I should be there that day, that when she shows up, her clients include Jack Canfield and Patricia Fripp. We're going to have Lois Kramer as part of our meeting on October 18th. And we hope that you can join us to come out and see her and learn from one of the great minds in professional speaking and grow your abilities to make more money and book more business. These are the types of things that we do at Midwest Speaking Professionals, whether it be in person or virtually. We're here to help you to become the best possible professional presenter. Sure, we absolutely love contests. One of our members, Eric Feinendagen, is a World Championship finalist who you've met today. But Eric has also graced many other stages. He's a John Maxwell accredited speaker. He's a TEDx presenter, and he often is out doing what he needs to do to make professional money. Myself, I'm a TEDx presenter. There are others, whether it be Ignite, The Moth, or if you're simply out there and being a professional. You want to become a member of Midwest Speaking Professionals, and you want to come and join us. We're going to give you a little gift just from us. Top tips on how to be a professional presenter. And that information is going to be in the crawl below. All you have to do is go to that website, put in your information, and you will get it. We hope you've enjoyed the programming of Pregame. We hope you're going to enjoy the World Championship of Public Speaking. And without question, please stick around. We're going to have a phenomenal post-game show with just all of the individuals that we've had here so far. And who knows what surprises we may pull for all of our audience that are listening and out there and watching today. Again, thanks for being a part of Midwest Speaking Professionals World Championship of Public Speaking pregame show. Let's have a good time. And to quote Michael Buffer, let's get ready to rumble!
Okay, Jeff, you are live. People are watching you. Just to let you
We're in the
know.
process of getting the link right now. We're ready to rumble. I want to thank again Kim Kaufman, Phil Barth, Kingy Biddle, Luisa Montalvo, Eric Feinendagen. Kim is not going to be with us for post game, but we're in the process of getting the link right now, and we will be doing that. As you can imagine, there are thousands of people. And now I'm looking at this unexpected error. I have a feeling this is going to be kind of what's going to happen a little bit here. Thousands of people all trying to descend on this all at once. So we certainly are working on getting this ready and up at the moment. Why don't we do this? Can we bring our finalists back up for a second while we're in the process of getting this rolling? Because I have a feeling everybody in the world is having this same problem. So Barbara, while you're doing that, and I don't know where Eric went at the moment, but we'll get him back.
Well, Jeff, I'm going to let you do that because I got to make sure that as soon as they put it on, that I put it on here. So
absolutely.
I'm
getting, I'll be honest, I'm getting this circle of death at the moment while I'm looking at trying to pull it up. This is what happens when you try to when you put out a link that you think that, like, what? There could be 100,000 people trying to pull this link at the exact
Right
same
now. Yep.
Yeah, right about now. This is the part I laugh about the hardest. Don't put it up 5 minutes early so maybe everybody can work this through. No, let's just anyway. So all right, so let's do this. And Phil, go ahead and take yourself off mute too. But as long as we've got a couple seconds, let's talk about it. There are 3 former finalists as part of this draw. What advantage do they have versus those who are coming in for the first time? I'll go to Louisa because she had that happen. I mean, she was up against 2 people who had been there before, and I'm curious what your thoughts were on that. And Louisa, you're muted, so be careful.
Thank you for the question, Jeff. I see it as an advantage and as a disadvantage. If you go in there knowing that you've got 3 people that have been there before, and if that intimidates you, now your whole aura has changed because that's that fear factor that's always working every single minute of every single day in your head.
Mm-hmm.
If it's your first time there and people have been there before, will you stop and think, wow, so they're back again. They've got kind of an advantage, but yet it's my first time. I'm fresh. It's unpolished. Let's go. This is raw. So I can see where it'd be an advantage and a disadvantage to have people there that have been there before.
Absolutely. Your thoughts on this, Kingy? Obviously, you've been there twice. Any thoughts in terms of what your thought is? Obviously, you've done it. You've done that part the second time, where that's a possibility. What's it like going in the second time?
It's hard. It's really hard because I'm competing against Kingy Biddle. In 2013, I was competing against Kingy Biddle and what I had done.
We got it.
Oh, here we are. Here we go.
There we go.
Though you cannot see those watching with you today, you are one of tens of thousands of Toastmasters members and guests viewing from around the world. There are people following the competition on social media, and if you'd like to join the conversation, use the hashtag TIGlobalConnect2020. This is one of Toastmasters' most exciting events. 8 of our most talented Toastmasters are here to compete for the title of 2020 Toastmaster World Champion of Public Speaking. For these finalists, it has been nearly a year-long process. The International Speech Contest begins with more than 30,000 members competing at the club level and culminates in the semifinals. All 2020 International Speech Contest participants accepted an additional challenge when the contest was moved online partway through the contest cycle. Like true Toastmasters, they have demonstrated flexibility and adaptability. On Tuesday and Wednesday, 28 semifinalists represented their regions in an attempt to make it to the ultimate speaking competition, the World Championship. Today's contestants are Aaron Sampson, Lindy McLean, Linda Marie Miller, Benjamin Wyo, Sherwood Jones, Maureen Zapala, Mike Carr, Kwang Yu Yang. Since 1938, Toastmasters has recognized 79 world champions. A list recognizing all who have earned this title is provided on the virtual convention agenda page. Now, join me in welcoming our contest chair for this event, First Vice President, Distinguished Toastmaster, Margaret Page.
Bonjour, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are watching from. Welcome. What an inspiration it has been to have all of you here today at one of our most anticipated events. Thank you for joining us virtually to cheer on our talented contestants. Today, we are making history. We have more Toastmasters and guests watching live from around the world than any other time in our history. This provides an exciting and much deserved opportunity for our contestants' words of wisdom and message of hope for a better tomorrow to spread and have impact around the world. For the first time in Toastmasters history, everyone in attendance has a front row seat to this exciting contest. If you would like to relive the excitement of today's contest, you can stream it again on the Toastmasters International website. Please keep in mind that each contestant selects their own speech topic. Some of the content may be personal in nature and contains language, ideas, or beliefs that some audiences may consider sensitive. This is the world's preeminent speaking competition, and in order to ensure fairness to all contestants, there are a few rules that must be followed. When a contestant is speaking, all other contestants will remain muted with cameras off. We will observe 1 minute of silence between each contestant, so please be respectful of this courtesy. Are the timers ready?
Yes.
Chief Judge, are we ready to proceed?
Yes.
Let the speech contest begin. Aaron Sampson, the role you're meant to play. The role you're meant to play, Aaron Sampson.
I was 3 years old, going to preschool. My teacher was encouraging creative play, and while the other kids were painting, I was pouring dirt in my mouth, imagining a chocolate milkshake. After school that day, I held my mom's hand as my teacher pulled my mom aside and told her, "I don't know how to tell you this, but Aaron is a mentally challenged child." My mom was concerned. She rushed me to the doctor. The doctor took her concerns very seriously. After lots of questions, lots of tests, he said, "I think I know what's going on here." He wrote a prescription, handed it to my mom. It said, "Find a new teacher." Contest chair, friends, after that prescription, my mom moved me to a new school. She looked me in the eye and said, You're going to be a big thinker. But I was a confused kid and told people, I'm going to be a big drinker. As I got older, I wanted to find my role in life. But how do you find the role you're meant to play? I proudly say, I'm an artist. That's my role. I moved to Hollywood and write a play. I perform this play for huge crowds in old age homes. After one show, I meet a lonely and blunt 86-year-old named Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe pokes me and says, I could hear you. Great show. Dr. Joe and I become close friends, and I care for him like he's my own grandpa. I record his life story. He teaches me how to set life goals and tells me, you should audition for movie roles. But the only roles in my life are the bread rolls that I serve as a waiter. After 10 long years of rejection, I still call myself an artist, but I feel like a failure. And I'm told to find a new role by both my heart and my wallet. So I go to MBA school to become a businessman. That's my new role. After school, I land a job as a manager. And what's the first thing I do? Make my business cards. What better way to show my role? I work hard, set life goals, get a few promotions. Then people start asking me for career advice. I mentor a struggling young student named Lucy. Lucy is not sure what to do with her life, so I coach her to set life goals. Lucy works hard, and she becomes the first in her family to go to college. She tells me, you taught me how to find my dream role. But when it comes to my life, there's always a bigger role. At a networking event, I say, I'm a director. Someone else says, I'm a VP. I say, I'm an MBA. Someone else says, I'm a DTM. I'm not one of those. In fact, I'm not a lot of things. And instead of feeling good about what I am, I feel bad about what I'm not. Do you ever feel that your role isn't enough? I tell myself, I have a wife. I have 3 kids. I'm a family man. Of course, that's my role. Back at the networking event, someone asked me, what do you do? I say, I'm a dad. And she says, that's great. Do you do that full time? And I say, no, I'm also a husband. And then she looks at me like I'm a little weird. I'm just trying to find a role that I can feel proud of. Then one day, I'm at the park with my family, playing trains in the sand with my little 3-year-old boy, Cooper. I asked my wife, honey, why do you love me? Is it because I'm a dad, a husband, a breadwinner? My wife gazes in my eyes and she says, who said I love you? Then she says, I love you because you care for others and because you're weird. I turn to my son, Cooper. What about you, bud? Why do you love me? He says, I love you, play trains. And then he picks up 2 fistfuls of sand, throws them in the air, and shouts, "It's snowing!" And as I gently brush the snow out of Cooper's eyes and mouth, I remember my chocolate milkshake days. And I realize it's not about what roles I play. It's about how I play with others. Whether I'm with Dr. Joe, Lucy, or Cooper, I'm caring, imaginative, and a little weird. Fellow Toastmasters, I've learned my role is not the parts I perform, not the titles on my card. It's how I show care for others. That's the role I'm meant to play. What role can you play in others' lives? Maybe you know a lonely old guy like Dr. Joe, or a struggling young student like Lucy, or a dirt-eating 3-year-old like me. How can you show care? Because when you show care for others, others show care for you, and you can proudly say, you found the role you're meant to play.
1 minute of silence for the judges, please. Lindy McLean, Your Buried Story, Your Buried Story, Lindy McLean.
It's 6 o'clock in the morning after a sleepless overnight flight. I'm standing on the arrivals curb in the Orlando, Florida airport. My heart is in my throat, my stomach doing flip-flops. The consequences of having told my buried story are coming at me like a freight train. Contest chair? Fellow Toastmasters? It's your fault. You created the incubator in which I told my buried story and came face to face with my regrets. My friend, there is a story that you never tell anyone because you're afraid they'll find out the truth and think less of you. That is your buried story. At 17 years old, I returned to the US after an indescribable year as an exchange student in Peru. I had my 2 duffel bags, a second language, and a second family back in Peru. Mom, Dad, I'm home. Did you miss me? Lindy, your father and I are separating. If you've been through a family crisis, you know how everything else falls away. No one wanted to hear from me. I swallowed my Peruvian year whole. I shoved my story deep down inside. I left home for college. I buried my story for years because I didn't know any different. A couple of intense years passed. My parents decided to mend their marriage. Now I could focus on my other family. The occasional letter I'd been sending to Peru came back marked return to sender. I had no other address. No telephone number, no way to track them. I had lost touch with my second family. The truth is, I did not try hard enough to find them. Beside my buried story, I planted a seed of regret that over the years would grow into a vicious weed. A few years ago, as a fairly new Toastmaster, in my quest for speech material, I heard a little voice. Tell your story. What? Not that story, no way. Well, but I'm not telling all of it. I don't want them to know I'm guilty of losing touch. I told a few vignettes from my life-changing year in Peru. People actually laughed. Okay, I'll tell my story. Have you used Toastmasters to develop a single story? Have you told it again and again, receiving feedback, revising? Have you surrendered to that process like clay in the hands of a sculptor? I did. And I received treasure beyond measure. My Peruvian family came alive again in my mind. My mother, meet my American daughter. She sings soprano and she dances ballet. My father, Lindy, buenos dias, no, buenos dias. Marilu, 13. Para bailar la bamba, dance, Lindy. Dante, 12. Adorable. He could conquer the world with a twinkle in his eye. Little Talia, she expressed her feelings for me as only a 6-year-old can. Baby Gonzalito, big brown eyes, just learning to walk. The memories poured in and my heart grew. My regrets went wild. What had happened to these people that I loved? Why had I let them go? I felt sad, sorry, ashamed, guilty, feeling all of that. I finally did what I should have done ages ago. I began to look for them. First stop, that website that you use to find lost people, Facebook. I found my sister Marilu first. Do you know, there is something eternal about voices. I wish I had words to tell you what it was like picking up my phone and hearing her voice as if she were still 13. Marilu? Lindy, it's really you. We talked and we talked. It turns out, in difficult times, the entire family had left Peru, and they were now living in Orlando, Florida, only 6 hours away from me by plane. I'm standing on the arrivals curb at the Orlando, Florida airport, my heart, my stomach. Will we still like each other? Will 4 days be way too long? The consequences of telling my buried story are now pulling up to the curb. Out steps my Peruvian mother. One look and tears. Mamita, hola, ¿cómo estás? Liti, you have not changed one bit. Really? After 40 years? She still loves me. I spent 4 unforgettable days reconnecting with my family, my parents, Talia, Dante, Marilu, their 6 children, and of course, baby Gonzalito. My friend, you are the hero of this story. Without you, this platform, your encouragement, this life-changing reunion would not have happened for me. The question is, hero, will you heed the call? I told my buried story, and I got a brand new ending. What if When you tell your buried story, a new ending awaits. Tell your buried story. Tell your story. Contest chair.
1 minute of silence for the judges, please. Linda Marie Miller, pretending not to know. Pretending not to know, Linda Marie Miller.
If you're ready to change the world, but you don't know how, I have the key. It's just a question, but it's the most powerful question in the world. The question is, what are you pretending not to know? That question changed my life. What was I pretending not to know? I find out when I helped my friend Tony and his son Michael. Michael was not your typical teenager. Once, he convinced his father to let him bring a homeless boy into their house. Michael shared everything with that young man and gave up his own bed until that boy got back on his feet. In college, Michael excelled. As a freshman, he tutored seniors in chemistry. He loved science. He loved science so much, he enrolled his professors and fellow classmates into assisting him as he delivered a science experiment for blind children so that they could experience the love of science that he had. Michael was the whole package. A brilliant mind, a caring heart, a dutiful son. And Tony was so proud. Then the phone call came. Michael is dead. Hit by a car 600 miles from home on a college field trip. I jumped into action to help my friend Tony, who was too grief-stricken to even think about bringing Michael's body home or planning a funeral. I phoned the hospital, who told me Michael's body would not be released until testing was completed. Testing for drugs, testing for alcohol. The police department was called for a copy of the police report. Had the driver been drinking, speeding, talking on their phone? The police said they talked to the woman that hit Michael, and she said she hadn't been drinking or speeding. They had no reason to doubt her. Using Tony's Airbnb account, I logged on to seek accommodations for the many family and friends that would be arriving for the funeral. None of the reservations were accepted. Thinking there must be something wrong with Tony's account, I logged on using my Airbnb account, and the exact same properties were immediately accepted. What do you think's going on? How could this be? This is my friend Tony. I've been pretending not to know that I am a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, pale-skinned beneficiary of a system controlled by people that look like me. I live a life of white privilege while Tony has trouble seeking accommodations for his grieving family members. I live a life of white privilege while this amazing young young boy on his way to medical school is profiled even after his death, suspected of drug use or being up to no good for simply crossing the street. This amazing young man who once brought a homeless boy into his house, a white homeless boy, his death dismissed based on the color of his skin. The white woman that killed Michael wasn't tested for drugs or alcohol. She wasn't even suspected of speeding, even though she had a long history of speeding tickets. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. This is discrimination. This is racism. I was comforted by the fact that I am not a racist. I have never discriminated against anyone. In my career, I have hired many amazing Black people. When my son was young, his best friend was Black. Hey, I live in a very diverse neighborhood. All my neighbors are Black, and they like me. I have never used a racial slur or told a racial joke in my entire life. I've been pretending not to know that I am the problem. I remained silent when I saw racism in my family for fear of being disinherited. I remained silent when I saw racism at work for fear of not being promoted. I always blamed it on a broken system, but guess what? The system is working exactly the way it was designed to. In exchange for my silence, the system has made sure I don't have to worry about anything. I don't worry about someone wanting to harm my son. I don't worry about being discriminated against at work. I don't worry about being watched by security guards when I go shopping. And I don't have to worry about being shot if I am stopped by the police. My silence has benefited me at the expense of others, and I will remain silent no more. I now use my voice as an ally for and with people of color. I am committed to helping create a system that works for everyone, not just people that look like me. Look around. Look around at the world today. Don't you agree it's in need of a little change? Fellow Toastmasters, you have the most powerful voices on the planet. Commit right here and now to create the change that you want to see in the world. Let's create a world where there's no race but the human race, one shared humanity. All it takes is finding your truth. And all that takes is one powerful question. So go ahead, ask yourself. Madam Contest Chair.
1 minute of silence for the judges, please. Benjamin Wyo, poster perfect. Poster perfect, Benjamin Wyo.
Have you ever fallen in love in your dreams? As a teenager, I had the most unforgettable dream about the most incredible girl. We were sitting on a soft white rug in a large room. I held her hand. She held my heart. We were so in love. The only trouble was I couldn't see her face and didn't know what she looked like. Strangely enough, I knew exactly what she felt like. She felt so good right here. So I vowed that when I fall in love, it would be like my dream. It wouldn't matter what she looked like, tall, dark, short, thin. It would only matter what she felt like right here. Have you ever felt something so strong right here? Contest here, my friends. Despite having such a powerful experience, something happened that made me forget my vow to my dream girl. It was a day that I met the poster girl. Now, this was in the 90s, the days of Michael Jackson, Madonna, and Bobby Brown. Everyone wanted life-size posters of these celebrities. Did you ever do that? My big brothers and I were not going to be left out. So we went to the store to get a poster for our bedroom wall. And we all agreed that it must be a pop star. All that changed when we arrived and I stood face to face with the picture of the most beautiful woman I had ever seen in my life. She was a supermodel with the most amazing figure and an enchanting smile that seemed to say, "You know you want me." She must be mine, I announced. My brothers protested. They wanted Michael Jackson, but I was very convincing. Please, please, oh please. They gave in. Ooh, yes! I made sure that we placed her at the foot of my bed so that she'd be the first thing I saw in the morning and the last thing at night. And it wouldn't matter what part of the room I was in, she would still be looking at me. And I would say, "Oh, I see you too, baby. I see you." Mwah. Life was perfect. Poster perfect. Then the weirdest thing happened one morning. I woke up from that dream, took a long look at the face of my poster perfect love, and thought, what in the world did I see in this woman? All the beauty had suddenly vanished. Unbelievable. Ladies and gentlemen, it wasn't long before I began to paint a mustache under her nose and whiskers on her cheeks. Not long after that, I destroyed her face and the poster altogether. Funny, right? But this taught me something. You may fall for beauty, but you're going to live with a person. You may fall in love with a beautiful face, but if all she is just a beautiful face, then you might just wake up one day and begin to hurt the same person that you once proclaimed undying love for. Though she was perfect, she was incapable of evoking that special feeling right here. I remembered my dream girl. It didn't matter what she looked like, remember? What mattered was how she felt right here. So I had to find her and search for her in every woman I met. Until one day at a party, I met this fine girl. Ooh, she was hot, plus size, poster perfect. But I didn't want another poster girl on my hands. So I wanted to get to know her. And so I did. One date after another, and I discovered that she was my dream girl. Why? Because she felt so good right here. It wasn't in her face or her figure. No, it was in her laugh, her values, our disagreements, the time spent apart, and the joy of coming back together again. We had that connection, and it only grew stronger and stronger. And her name is Julia, my amazing wife today. My friends, you and I will continue to meet people that may become a part of our lives for different reasons. For love, friendship, business, Toastmasters. It doesn't matter if these people look picture perfect. No, what matters is who they are, what they stand for, and what they do to us right here. Scientists say it takes about 2 years to fall out of love with anyone. But after almost 20 years of knowing her, Julia is still my dream girl. She's not a picture perfect poster on my wall. No, she's love pasted permanently on the walls of my heart. Right here. Contest chair.
1 minute of silence for the judges, please. Sherwood Jones, things have changed. Things have changed. Sherwood Jones.
All right, children, gather around. It's story time once again. I know little Susie was asking me about what life was like when I was a young man. I think sometimes she doesn't think I was ever a young man. Well, sir, Grandpa's gonna tell you. I, back a few years ago, was drop dead gorgeous. All the way back in the year 2019. Well, I tell you, things have changed. See, back in the day, life was very different. We had these big buildings with stages and lights and seats. And then we'd have these things they call rock concerts, and had all these crazy young people in the seats jumping up and down like caffeinated jackrabbits. And we also had these things that were called bowling alleys and movie theaters. That's kind of like watching Netflix in a room with a lot of talkative strangers. Oh, things were definitely different. We would do crazy things like we would shake hands and give each other hugs. And we didn't have to walk around looking like surgeons. and we didn't have to walk around with a 6-foot bubble around us in all directions. Now, things have changed. What's that, Susie? You're muted. You have to hit that button in the lower left-hand corner. Oh, I see. Yes, I admit that there have been a lot of things that we've lost ever since the start of the C word. Contest chair, ladies and gentlemen, and my friends. I don't have to tell you what the C word is. We hear it every day on the news. We read it every day on signs. We see it on television advertisements, advertising goods and services. It's become the 800-pound gorilla standing in the corner of the room and has become so much a part of our life that I don't even have to tell you the word. Things have changed. If you're like Grandpa, well, you have become very frustrated by the fact that our lives have become abbreviated. Annual events that take place with the vibrant energy of 1,000 souls all together have been reduced to a webcam and postage-size mugshots of people on a computer screen. And you, just you. 2019 seems like it was 19 years ago. When the tangible is ripped away from us, we have to hold all the more to the intangible. We all know that the Grinch can steal the glitz and glamour from our lives, but he cannot take away its heart. Well, I know that there's been a lot of trouble and problems that have taken place, and they've been incredibly frustrating. But despite all of it, there is one good thing that I have found in this situation. It's the most important thing in our lives, our connection with other people. Oh, well, it's a known fact, of course, that the more time that we do spend at home as a result of the C word, the better connection that we have with our family. And of course, thanks to these little plastic electronic devices, we can now link back with old friends that we haven't seen in years, sometimes intentionally haven't seen in years. But the interesting thing is that we can also connect with people that we never thought we would be connected with. I always loved when it snowed. I mean, yes, we could throw snowballs and build snowmen and just drive all over town, and there would be snow, snow, snow everywhere. But the really interesting thing was that no matter where in the town I went, everybody was dealing with the same frozen experience. And we were united by that same problem. And boy, do we have a blizzard now. As soon as my Toastmasters Club went online, we put the Zoom link on a Google Doc, and we started receiving guests from all over the place. Hi, I'm from Wisconsin. Welcome. Hi, I'm from Japan. I'm from London. Welcome, welcome. Hi, I'm from Russia. I'm from Afghanistan. I'm from Iraq. Welcome. Things have changed. You see, I've learned that we really have no enemies. It doesn't matter what your language is, what you speak, what your religion is, whether you eat borscht or curry or fried chicken. We are all together as one people. Thanks to the 800-pound gorilla that wants to destroy us physically and emotionally, we have a common enemy. and we are all one. How has the C word affected your life? Have you become angry and frustrated? Or have you taken the opportunity to connect with other people? Old friends hundreds of miles away, or new friends half a world away? When we finally come out of this fog, I realize that there will be a lot of differences between now and 2019. But I hope that one of the side effects, is a newfound appreciation for people that we have never seen and never met before. And we can say things have changed. Contest chair.
1 minute of silence for the judges, please. Maureen Zapala, it's so good to see you. It's so good to see you. Maureen Zapala.
You should have heard what she said to me. Maureen, look at you. You are fat, ugly, and stupid. You failed at marriage. You're a terrible mother, a lousy housekeeper, and you think people like you? They don't. Can you believe she said that? I can, because she's me. The voice was in my head. Now, maybe you're thinking, wow, Maureen, I'm really surprised because you look pretty confident and put together. Well, you see the outside, but on the inside, I sometimes still hear a voice, you're worthless. Do you ever hear that voice in your head? Does it call you Maureen? Contest chair, friends, you're not worthless. None of us are. Why do we still believe it? Why do we let that chatter suck the life right out of us? There must be a way to silence it. And there is. But you must be willing to do something. Something that I learned in college. The summer of my junior year, I was in the hospital laying on an x-ray table with horrible pain shooting down my legs. I was miserable and embarrassed. The pain had me in bed for days. For 4 days, I hadn't changed or showered or shaved. I felt like moldy bread. And that voice, look at you, Maureen. You've got greasy hair, smelly body, furry pits. You look like trash. You smell like it too. Then I heard another voice that wasn't in my head. It was the x-ray technician. He said, Maureen, is that you? It's been years. Wow, it's so good to see you. Oh no, it was Dan Sackstetter, my senior prom date. What are the chances I'd run into him? I guess pretty good. You know, when you're at your worst, you have the best chance of seeing an old flame. You see, in high school, everyone loved Dan. He was smart and handsome, captain of the football team. And he liked me. did not look this good in high school. I didn't look this good 4 hours ago. I don't apply makeup. I install it. Oh, but the prom, oh, it was a magical date. And our only date. And we lost touch after high school. So imagine how I felt a few years later, inserted in his machine, stinking up that room. Oh, and he looked so good. Hi, Dan. It's good to see you too. It was a lie. I was so ashamed and I just wanted to vanish. Then Dan took my hand, found my eyes, and said, Maureen, I know you're hurting and we'll help. But wow, it's so good to see you. That moment, when he found my eyes, he looked through those flaws and spoke life to my worth. That simple phrase, it's so good to see you, shattered the shame. And I felt safe and special, like royalty, like that prom queen I never was. Now, I still had pain. In fact, I needed surgery for a ruptured disc. He didn't relieve the pain, but he restored my dignity. And he silenced that voice that said, Maureen, you're worthless. But then there was a new voice that said, gosh, I wonder if he's single. What Dan did for me is what we must do for each other. It wasn't just his words. It was his eyes. They drilled down to the source of my shame and gave me what I desperately wanted, what we all want, acceptance. I didn't just hear his words. I felt them because I saw them. He found my eyes, and that spoke life to my worth. The way to silence that voice, it's not to find Dan, it's to be Dan for other people. We need this today more than ever. We're isolated and almost afraid of each other. People are scanning the horizon, looking for eyes to connect with, a heart to connect with, even if only through their eyes. Your job? Find their eyes. Mask or no mask, find their eyes and speak life to their worth. Give them the acceptance they want. You know how it feels. Someone's probably done it for you. It's exhilarating and life-giving, and it lingers. I saw Dan 40 years ago. He has no idea I still tell this story. I have no idea if he's still single. We must do this for each other. Find their eyes and speak life to their worth. I can't see your eyes right now, but when I do, know this. It's so good to see you. Contest chair.
One minute of silence for the judges, please. Mike Carr, the librarian, and Mrs. Montgomery. The librarian and Mrs. Montgomery, Mike Carr.
I was spellbound as I watched the sheriff who had just been shot slide back open that heavy metal door, stagger forward a couple of steps, look deep into the camera and say, I before E except after C. Contest chair, fellow Toastmasters, I was in the 6th grade in Mrs. Montgomery's class watching an educational video where a sheriff was teaching us about writing while a bad guy named Bad English was shooting at him. It was on a film projector because we were technology challenged in my school. And as I watched that film, all of a sudden something started looking strange. The film slowed down, and when it picked back up, it made a sound like, and it looked like it was blinking. Then the sheriff was talking to us from the side of the screen. The blinking started again with a loud noise. Everything went blank. I ran to the front and I turned off the projector. I opened it up. Something smelled like it was burning. Mrs. Montgomery, I said, can I try to fix this? After school, she said. An hour after the final bell rang, I had disassembled the entire projector all over the floor. I was beginning to put it back together when the librarian came strolling through. What are you doing? She almost screamed at me. Who told you you could do this? I did, said Mrs. Montgomery. The librarian, though, zeroed in on me. This is school property, and it better work when you get it all back together again. If it doesn't work, your parents are going to have to pay for that. Now, my parents did not have a lot of money. If I went home and told them they had to replace a projector at school, I would have been better off in the hands of that bad guy, Bad English. And so, with focused energy, I started putting the projector back together. After 2 hours, it was whole. And Mrs. Montgomery said, let's try it. I reached up and I flipped the on switch. And there, out in front of us, projected onto the screen in all of its glory, was nothing. Nothing. The projector was dead. Mrs. Montgomery put her arm around me and she said, it's okay that you took the risk to try to fix it. The victory is not in the result. The victory is in the try. But I still had to tell my parents. When I got home, I snuck in and I thought, if I just hide in my closet, they'll forget I exist. But then I heard from the kitchen, Mike, come in. I walked in and I said, Mom, Dad, there's something I have to tell you. I love you. And I am scared of sheriffs. I don't know. I ran to my room. I choked. I couldn't think of anything to say. I thought I'll tell them tomorrow. I crawled on my bed and I looked up at the ceiling and I thought, how do I get to Norway? Now, I know there are people from Norway in the audience. And can I just tell you, I don't know why Norway was my only safe haven on this planet at that point. Maybe I thought that Norway had made a deal with the UN that they would not let crazy librarians come into their country. But at that night, I drifted off to a very restless sleep, dreaming of swimming to Norway. I was awakened with a jolt when my alarm went off the next morning. As I got ready for the day, I was sick to my stomach. When I got to school, I knew my time was up. I slunk to the library to find Mrs. Landon sitting there reading her newspaper. She was drinking out of this coffee mug. That's concerning. I approached her and I told her the final fate of her projector. She slowly started looking up at me. Her lips started curling. Then she leaned forward and said, fine. What just happened? I'm still alive. I could not believe it. My failure had not killed me. And yours will not kill you. What was it that Mrs. Montgomery said? The victory is not in the result. The victory is in the try. Ever since then, I have walked through life with a little librarian Landon sitting on this shoulder and a Mrs. Montgomery sitting on this shoulder. When I tried and gave my very first speech, which was a train wreck, Mrs. Landon told me, you should never try that again. But Mrs. Montgomery reminded me that the failure had taught me lessons that could be a springboard to future success. And she was right. But her words ring even more true for you. And let me tell you why I know this. For years, Toastmasters has been the place where leaders are made. You are here in some way to increase your leadership skill. And this world desperately needs leaders who will create fertile soil for innovation to grow. Toastmasters is a great example. When COVID hit this year, they could have said, no, we're just going to cancel the contest. We'll cancel the convention and we'll pick it up again next year. But instead, they decided to try something new, this virtual experience. And yes, there have been glitches, but that's what innovation is like. Glitches happen. And the lessons that they have learned take us miles beyond those organizations that just canceled. If you want to lead people to fix persistent problems, someday, somewhere, somebody is going to have to try something new. And you, as the leader, have the opportunity to encourage that effort that might fail, for a chance to find the future. The victory is in the try. Be a Montgomery leader. Encourage risk. Try new things. The victory is not in the result, my friends. The victory is in the try. Contest chair.
1 minute of silence for the judges, please. Kwang Yu Yang, knock, knock. Kwang Yu Yang.
Growing up in Australia as a little Chinese boy, my parents always told me that there were 3 things I could be: a lawyer, a doctor, or a failure. Now, at 9 years old, having a career path wasn't really on my to-do list. The one thing that I really wanted was the same thing that most other kids would want. It doesn't matter how old you are, what color your skin is, or where you're from. The one thing that most kids want is to be liked by the other little kids. Now, at 9 years old, being liked equaled being cool. Problem was, I wasn't cool. Bowl-shaped haircut, not cool. Maths nerd, not cool. And speaking funny English wasn't cool. But in my search for coolness, I did find one thing that gave me hope, and that was Kung Fu. You see, my idol at the time was Jackie Chan, a famous Hong Kong movie star that would climb up buildings, jump off trees, and kick everybody's ass. I figured, Jackie's got black hair. I've got black hair. Jackie speaks funny English. I speak funny English. Jackie's a Kung Fu master, so I must be a Kung Fu master. And then when I find out from my parents that Jackie's going to be eating in a Chinese restaurant in my hometown, I'm over the moon because I have a plan. I'll go to the restaurant, I'll get a photo, I'll get an autograph, I'll show the other kids, and I will be cool. And so the next day, I convinced my parents to take me to this Chinese restaurant called Great Wall. We sit down, the waiter comes by, and we find out that Jackie is in the private room. It's up some stairs, up on a platform, up to the side. And so I walk up the stairs and I go towards the private room. There are these two big white doors that I can't see through. So I stand there and I get ready to knock. But I can't do it. And so my 9-year-old brain says, hey, let's just wait till Jackie comes out of the room and then we'll bump into him accidentally. And so I run back down to my table. I sit down and I stare at the doors. I stare at the doors for an hour. Jackie doesn't come out. I'm thinking, dude, don't you need to go to the toilet? I know I do. And then I look down and all the food on our table is almost gone. I'm running out of time. So I tell my parents that I'm still hungry and they order some more sweet and sour pork. I sit there and I eat as slowly as I can. 30 minutes passed, no Jackie. My parents say to me, you have to go knock on that door or we're going home. So I walk up the stairs and I go towards those two big white doors. I'm ready to knock and I can't do it. My knees are shaking, my heart is pumping, and my body is shivering. And then this inner voice starts yelling at me, knock on the door, just do it. It's not that hard, just do it. You're wearing Nikes, just do it. And then another voice yells, your Nikes are fake, you can't do it. Suddenly, the doors burst open. I think it's Jackie Chan. But it's a lady in a blue dress. She walks out of the room, so I quickly pretend as if I'm just happened to be walking by. I run back down to my parents, and my parents say to me, go knock on that door, or we're going home. And so I go back up to those two white doors. I realize I can't knock, and I realize I'm never going to be cool. And I start to cry. And I don't know how long I'm crying for, but the lady in the blue dress walks back up, she walks around me and walks back into the room. I quickly run back down to the table, and I'm hoping that the tears in my eyes will convince my parents to go knock on the door for me. They stand up, but they put on their jackets. And I know straight away they're not doing anything awesome because they're my parents. And they want me to learn a life lesson. But the only
Sorry, I was on mute. Sorry, I had to take down the contest. I just got notification by Toastmaster International that we had to take down because we can't stream the contest on individual sites, and just found this out. And I know it sucks. Joe, believe me, it really sucks. Especially that was the last contestant. So if there's any way, and I just got the message as we were watching the last contestant, I am so very sorry about that. If you go to Toastmasters International, am I still on mute? If you go to Toastmasters International, you can, see the rest of the contest. Well, the last part of it. We will still have our our post-show regarding this. Like I said, that was the last contestant, and just give us a few minutes and we'll make sure that we basically get the results too, because we won't be able to post that as well. Give us a minute here. Hi, Jeff. I just have us both up on live because we can't just have static time. So yeah, I just got the note on that. Did you receive it as well?
I only saw what I just saw. You can fast forward through to get to the last one. We do apologize about this. Apparently, this is something coming from Toastmasters International, which, quite frankly, well, I'm going to leave that alone. So by all means, go find the last one, and we'll go ahead and bring that up. Really, well, I'm just going to leave that alone. So, like I said, obviously some really interesting aspects and interesting things. We're going to let our guys go watch the rest or the end of it, and see if they can, and if they can get the last part of it so that they can watch them. Forgive me. Sorry, I'm just trying to do three things at once, folks. So forgive me. I do know somebody. Hold on, let me see if I can get a hold of somebody, because I know that there's somebody who was watching on a different feed.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
let me
I'm
see
trying
if I can pull them in. So like I said, let me see what we can do. Certainly some interesting stuff that went on this. Give me 1 second, folks.
Okay.
So yeah, absolutely. Like I said, we're working on this.
We're trying to, and we're also trying to see, because of the results, because I know that's a different link, and we need to check to see basically if we can show that part at least. Don't know if that's going to be another violation that they're telling us, but we don't want to lose people. I know this is something like I said, we just found out. If we would have knew beforehand, we would have definitely been more prepared. So we do apologize for this.
Well, like I said, obviously we appreciate you guys watching here on our feed, and obviously I hope you've enjoyed what you've seen so far of the contest, and certainly, along those lines, what a contest it's been. I hope you've enjoyed the pregame show. As we mentioned, Midwest Speaking Professionals is a group within Toastmasters International. We help Toastmasters get from Toastmasters to professional, to take those steps and get them to the next or other level. We do events like this all the time. We've done evaluation seminars. This is actually our fourth World Championship of Public Speaking party that we've done. Usually we've done them more locally. Obviously, worldwide, we're able to do things a little bit differently this time. The only reason we did not have one in 2018 is because the World Championships were in Chicago. So we told everybody, hey, go see them live and in person. I don't know who, or anyway. So go see them live. But we loved having it. You know, we're not going to have Kim for the finale for our post game, but we appreciate the time that she had. Thank you so much. Again, as our gift to you guys for coming on and watching and seeing all of this, you can certainly we're going to give you a link. We're going to give you a special tips to becoming a professional speaker.
Yeah.
And that's below. You can take a look. It'll be in the link. It's free. You can get it from us. That's our gift to you guys. Also want to tell you about, we're going to do another event coming up on the 18th of October. We're going to have Lois Kramer. And if you do not know Lois Kramer, she is the author of Book More Business. One of the major people in terms of helping people get to that next level. She helps people like Jack Canfield, if you know Chicken Soup for the Soul, Patricia Fripp, who's a Hall of Fame NSA presenter and speaker. She's worked with them to get their messaging where that is. And that's certainly something that we're going to bring to you. She's going to be a part of our meeting on October 18th, and we'd love for you guys to take a part of that as well. Again, we do apologize. Unfortunately, Toastmasters International has told us that we cannot air certain segments apparently anymore, and they have issues with that. We do apologize about that. That is not something that is on our end. That's a question you have to ask them.
So just real quickly, just not to cut you off, we do apologize. Just to let you know, I did put the link below the little tickler to let you know where to go to see the ending of it. It's probably ended by, because we were on the last speaker. So what we can do, and I know it's going to be another 40 minutes, I think, before they announce the winners. So what I was thinking, Jeff, that we're moving along here, because like I said, we don't want to lose the audience, and we want to make sure that we're giving you the post game, as we call it. We're going to bring up some of the, I think everybody's there. I just got to check if everybody's available. Yeah, I'm going to bring up some of the finalists so we can start doing some discussion. Okay. And let's be nice to Toastmasters, even though right now I want to say something, but I'm not going to do that. But let's be respectful, and we'll get it together. And I will monitor when it gets to the point of when they're announcing the winner, so at least we can have that, as we're talking to the finalists. I mean, when it comes up. So Jeff, I'm going to bring up some of the people that are still available right now. And it looks like we have a person. Rich Hopkins came in.
Yeah, so Rich Hopkins actually seen the end of the contest, so I thought we'd bring in Rich. Rich is a two-time finalist, and this was kind of one of the surprises we had coming up for you guys. Rich is a two-time finalist. He took third in 2006 and was a finalist in 2008. You may have seen Rich in Speak the movie. So we'll start. I guess we've got Phil, we've got Kingy. I don't know if we've got Louisa or Eric available.
They're both away right now. So as soon as they come back up.
So let's start here. Based on what you guys saw, thoughts on what you saw. And I guess we'll start with Rich, because obviously you saw a little bit more of it than we did. So go right ahead.
All right. I hope I'm not muted, because that's always the issue.
No, you're not. We're good.
Fantastic. I saw what we see every year, which is a series of speeches that are usually not quite as good as what's in the semifinals.
Yeah.
Because people spend so much time on that semifinal speech. And we see some speakers that did really well in the semifinals whose second speech didn't quite match at least my expectations. But I saw a clear winner today, which I think is interesting, because another finalist and I have been talking, and he saw a clear winner as well, and it's completely different. So that is not uncommon. But I'll be very interested in seeing what the results are. But I'm impressed with everybody's efforts. I mean, this is a crazy contest. I had issues in my own Zoom contests at division level, and to see these people go all the way through and work as hard as they did and overcome what they overcame, this is a tremendous victory for all of them, but it's going to be a truly unique victory for the ultimate winner.
Okay, well, we appreciate that. I guess here's the real question. So I guess I'll go around to just in general. We'll start with Kingy. Thoughts on what you did, on what you've seen?
Yeah, hi. I want to agree with. Hey, Rich. Hey, Batman. How are you?
Hey.
Hey. I agree with Rich. The standard of speeches in the finals are traditionally not as. In fact, that's one of the actual catch cries of when you go to the World Championships, is that you need your semi-final speech needs to be better so that you can actually make it into the finals. So I've seen I like the standard of speeches. I really loved Linda's bravery and her courage to speak out. I don't have a clear winner yet. I have 2 or 3 that I think could make up the top 3. But where I'm at is that I have that there are some people who maybe just started not that well, but they finished really beautifully. And I think that's one of the things that we'll get when we're in the finals, is that we won't get polish, we won't get structure, we won't get that je ne sais quoi that we would normally get in the semifinals. All in all, though, I really enjoyed the messages, and I'm thankful for the gifts that our 8 speakers have given us.
Okay. Thoughts, Phil?
So I have a clear winner. I'm going to be interested to see if my clear winner is the same as Rich's clear winner or the other clear winners. I did go back. My first thought was, with about a minute left to go in Kwong's speech, we got the plug pulled on us. And I was totally, much like Mike Carr before him, I was totally on the edge of my seat with the story. 2 really good storytellers. I'm like, how did it end? How did it end? What happened? Did he meet Jackie Chan? And I'm not going to spoil it for anybody who hasn't seen it. I went over to my other monitor and checked out the ending of the speech. Some really good stories. I agree with what was said before. You got to get there, so you got to play your A number 1 speech in the semis. So the final speeches may not be that quality, but we heard some really good stuff. Applaud Linda Marie. There's the whole question of, you've got, in this case, maybe 50,000 people out there that are going to watch this speech. You've got 7 minutes. What do you want to say to them? And regardless of how she finished, she nailed that question. She had an important message, and she went all in with it. So kudos to her. And Louisa, I liked the choice of Mike. I thought he was outstanding, and I still like my choice of Kwong as well. I thought just an outstanding story from both of them. And that's not to slight the other 5 people. Those are just the 3 that
were amazing. Yeah.
I'll let the lady go next. We'll go ahead. Louisa, thoughts on what you saw?
It almost made me feel like I was backstage again, and that's just so nerve-wracking, because you ask yourself, okay, are they going to be any good? Excuse me?
You need to get that one?
No. Okay. I went ahead and canceled, but I told him to live stream it later. So the thing was that being that this is virtual, and I guess it's so different, I went and looked for things that you can't do on a live stage. And one of them was this. People, to me, the speakers that went and used that and did this and got in your face and actually were able to adapt to the different Zoom, now the different reality of it, those people got from me an extra point because they went and utilized what they had. It's just like when you're on a stage. If you're able to utilize the whole stage and take it up and just move with it, as opposed to just standing there as if there's one camera on you, I give kudos to the person who can do that. So I give kudos to speakers that were able to go ahead and utilize the entire area of this Zoom thing. That was a point or two plus for me. I did see some speeches that I really, really liked. Again, with Linda, I was like, wow, that was a risk, and sometimes we need people to take risks.
That's right.
It's just, I believe Daniel Midson Short did it last year. He took a risk and spoke about someone that he had lost in his life who was a Toastmaster. I don't know if he went there to win the contest, but he went there to give a message, and he did leave the audience with a message. If Linda is here in the finals just to leave a message, she nailed it. Now, whether the judges are going to allow that to be okay, because, you know, again, we're talking about something that's always controversial. So I wish the best to all of them. I never would have wanted to be in this situation to have to do something virtual. So my hat's off to them for even getting to this point.
Absolutely. I know Eric's been itching and I've been holding him off on purpose. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jeff. I have got a lot to say. All right, first of all, I thought, like most years, amazing contest. I give props to all the semifinalists. I'm going to second to what Louisa said. I loved how a lot of the speakers use the back and the forth. And I think that's something that a lot of people forget about. Hey, we can move side to side, but don't forget about the back and forth. I thought they did an excellent job of using what was available to them. We saw a lot of small props being used. And then, of course, you know, the cards and everything. All right, so now to my controversial comments.
Uh-oh.
Number one, well, Jeff, you know, my controversial is pretty G-rated, okay? Anyways, I thought I saw all of the winning semifinal speeches. Without naming names, I thought it was the reverse. So I thought, in my opinion, who gave the strongest semifinal speech didn't give the strongest final speech, and vice versa. So again, I'm not going to name names, but I did think and this is going to be different than what my other panelists are saying, that some of the final speeches were definitely stronger than the semifinals. All right, that's number one. Number two, I think we're all going to be very surprised as to who's going to finish in the top three. If we get another all-female sweep like we got in 2018, I wouldn't be surprised. If we got the front runner coming in this because he's been on stage 5 times in the finals with Kwong winning, I wouldn't be surprised. I think it's anyone's ball game. Again, there was a major risk in one of the speeches. We know what we're talking about. My comment on that is we go on stage to take risks. That's why we're on stage. And if you're not willing to take some risks, well, maybe the audience doesn't get what they're supposed to get. So anyways, those are my comments. I am very curious as to see who the winners are going to be. And I do have the feed on another line. Eric, we'll get those announced.
My understanding is it's going to be 30 minutes from now, so we've got a little time to talk.
Okay, I'm sure we have all other things to say, Jeff.
Right, absolutely. And just so people are aware, Kim was not going to be able to join us for the post game, but we appreciate her efforts, and we were glad that we were able to have her this morning. Rich was somebody I was planning on bringing in as a surprise. I didn't want anybody to know. I will tell you that we may have a few more surprises coming later on. We'll see if we can swing that. Because while everybody was watching, I was constantly texting a bunch of the finalists going, hey, can you pop by later when you have a minute? So we'll see who does or doesn't, or if nobody does. Look, let's be honest. Let's talk about that for a minute. You've gotten off stage. You're done. Now comes what I have got to imagine has got to be the most uncomfortable part of all of this. We've all been in contests, but we're talking about the World Championship of Public Speaking, and now you got to wait. And they got to announce this thing and that thing and this thing. How uncomfortable is it? What's your thought process? What's your thinking when you get off stage? Where are you guys' mindsets? And I'll go to Phil first on this one.
I don't recall it being any more uncomfortable than at the district or the semifinals. Our district does really sadistic things. Sorry, District 40, but you do. I mean, they will have the contest in the afternoon and announce the results after dinner. They've done that before. I mean, just you people are sick. So in terms of the finals, my recollection in 2011 was I saw Kwong's speech, and I knew I wasn't going to beat Kwong. And Scott Pritchard gave a really good speech, and Jock Elliott obviously gave a really good speech. And when they announced, I thought, well, maybe third, I don't know. And as soon as they announced Scott third and Kwong second, I was like, I did not beat those two people. I don't know who's number one. I didn't pay attention to all the other speeches. We suspected that we had a time disqualification, and we did. So I didn't know. I just knew it wasn't going to be me. So I guess there was a little bit of relief. There was a lot of relief. I was tired. There was a lot of relief after it was over. I did it. I delivered as best I could. And let's let the trophies fall where they will.
Okay. I'll go to Louisa next.
This is probably going to be a little shocking, but in the beginning, the first time I went to district and was waiting for the results, and like I said, it took me 7 years to finally win district. The first year was, I bit my nails off. I couldn't eat. I was a wreck. I was nervous. I thought for sure I was going to win. By the third and fourth and fifth year, it didn't matter anymore because I realized I'm not going to win. I need to go back. I need to reinvent myself. So I wasn't nervous. I wasn't scared. I wasn't off the walls. I wasn't anything. I was like, well, I came and did my speech, and okay, I'm going to go back and I'm going to try it again. So the year that I actually won, I was actually already picking up my keys and my bag and my drink, and I was getting ready to walk out the door because I knew I hadn't won. Because, like I said, woman talked about her son dying and being a donor, and then another guy talked about his brother passing away, and I'm talking about killing a bull in a bullfight. So I know I'm done. I'm picking up my stuff to leave, and they say Louisa Montalvo first place. So it totally blew my mind. But when it came to the world stage, I had impressed myself by winning region. One of the top 144 in the world. So by the time I get to the finals, it doesn't matter. I am already on top. I don't have to place. Mentally, I've already won. I've already placed. Stick a fork in me. I'm done. So it was just cream on the icing on the cake when I was actually able to place second. But like I said, my mindset in the beginning was total nervousness to by the time the 7th district time came around, it didn't matter. I knew I hadn't won, and I had to go back and try to reinvent myself again. But it was totally different.
So I'm going to Eric because not only because of what from finals perspective, but Eric may have had the weirdest experience with that in a semifinal history. And I'd love for you to share what your thoughts and reactions were when that happened, because I know what my reaction was watching it. So from an audience perspective.
Sure. We'll touch on that, Jeff, and then we'll get to, kind of the thought process of the contestants now that the contest is over. And what Jeff's referring to is in 2000 and in 2015, first time I competed in the semifinals, we'd all spoken, and like most semis, it's a very difficult contest. And Toastmaster goes up, announces third place winner, Eric Feinendagen. In the moment, because it was a tough contest, I was thrilled to have third place. Then, in one of the most oddest, weirdest, most bizarre moments, he says, "Stop! There's been a mistake." So now I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I didn't win third place. The contest chair walks on stage and pulls the trophy out of my hands, right? And he says, "Go back to your seat." So I'm walking back. There's mass confusion in the whole thing, right? I'm walking back thinking, what's happening? What's happening? But the contest Toastmaster says, "We'll see you in a bit later." So I'm thinking, okay, maybe did I get second? Right? So he announces the real third place winner, then the second place winner, which was not me. So when that happened, the entire room pretty much figured out what happened. They had the results reversed. And then, so the Toastmaster goes to everyone, "I'll give you 40 guesses who won this contest." And of course, it was my name. And I'm telling you, that whirlwind of emotions, it still haunts me, Jeff, to this day. It still haunts me.
By the way, tell them who you beat for second place, by the way.
Yes, it was Bharat Sangarkar. Do I have his name? Yes, Bharat. So I'm telling you, Bharat, amazing speech. And Michael Desiderio was the third place winner, who I think had been to the semis 8 or 9 times. So yeah, that contest was a doozy. And Bharat, he made it to the finals. I think it was last year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So no, it was a great contest. But real quick, getting back to this year, and kind of what the contestants are thinking. Basically, like Phil and everyone else said, it is a major sense of relief. What you have to understand is these contestants, they've been preparing for months, sometimes over a year. But when you find out, that you're going to be advancing, the intensity and the micro focus is like it's not like anything you've ever experienced before. So just the sense of relief is probably the biggest thing. But then I like what Jim Key says. It's like a chasm in the universe. You're trying to comprehend everything around you. You're not listening to the announcements. You're not listening to where the convention is going to be held the next year or the year following. All that stuff doesn't matter. Now you're playing the head game. Okay, well, so-and-so was awesome. So-and-so was awesome. They did that. And now it's like the checkerboard. Okay, where could it happen? And it's interesting. So just a lot of thinking going on, and I can't wait for the results for this year. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Kingy, thoughts on when you've done this twice?
Yeah, when I in the finals in 2010, I was just like Louisa. I just walking up to that stage, I had already won. This was just the icing on the cake. So, but just like Phil, Scott, Kwong, and Jock just blew everything out of the water. So I was just happy to be up on that stage, because as I was preparing from the district to the semifinals, I was looking at every YouTube video of every World Championship of Public Speaking. I watched every DVD I could get my hands on. So I've seen that walk, people walking up to the stage, shaking the hand. So just me being able to do that, I was over the moon. So, but it's always for me after getting off the stage, it's just the relief. It's over. I think about the good sleep that I'm going to have that night. I just honestly, that good sleep that I'm going to have that night, because it's all over. It's been 6 months of as I said, panic and stress, but also 6 months of learning, 6 months of listening, 6 months of carving this wonderful speech from the idea right through to what we take onto the stage. That's what I'm thinking. I'm also thinking, just in regards to Linda's speech, I think there might be an appetite, because it's not a new conversation. It's actually in waters that are being tread that people have been swimming in over the last 6 months to a year. So we'll just see what happens. But also at the end of the day, how was the structure of her speech? How was the introduction and all the other things that it takes to craft a wonderful speech? But as Eric says, whoever wins, I'll just be happy for them. I hope Kwong wins, Linda may win, whoever wins. Everybody in this in our finals today had their time in the sun. 50,000 people, over 50,000 people watched them. It was amazing.
Okay. And then obviously, Rich, your thoughts. You've done this twice. One of them, everybody got to see in a movie. I mean, that's even crazier.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, in 2006, I was primed to win because I had taken second at region in 2002. I'd gone overtime in 2005, the year before, although the timer told me something later that really, really ticked me off had I not gone overtime. So in 2006, it was kind of a redemption year. And I was sure after all was said and done that I was going to win that contest. So when I got called for third, it was all about trying to make sure I looked happy, kind of pulling whatever lessons I had learned from Jim Key after he took second 2 years in a row to go up there and look like, yeah, I'm happy I took third. Good for me. Cool. But I was not happy and I was depressed. I wasn't angry. I was fine with who they picked as the winner. Ed gave a great speech. I could understand why he won the contest, but I really thought I'd won. So in 2007, I took second at region again. And in 2008, when I went back, if you saw the movie, you saw how stressed out I was the entire time. Mm-hmm. So many things were going on in my life, financially, personally. It was medically even. It was just crazy time. And they actually videoed me backstage just as I came off from giving my speech. I spoke first at that point. And speaking first in real life is a lot different than speaking first virtually, as we saw today. But the comments I had were just kind of like, well, I think I did all right. I think I messed up a couple of times, but I don't think anybody noticed, and I'm happy. Yeah, I did not look happy, and I was not happy, but I still thought I had a chance to win right up until the very end when they called LaShunda's name. And it took me a long time to kind of get over that and look back and realize, yeah, LaShunda clearly won that contest, as so many people had been telling me for a long time. And for me to see the cracks in my own speech and in my own delivery, just in my own life at that point. And that loss was really a turning point for me in the way that I looked at life and the way that I've handled losses since then. And losing has been a good thing for me. If I hadn't lost, I'm not sure who I'd be if I'd won in 2008, but losing and having the movie speak, document it for the entire world to see, has been a much better thing for me than you might think, because I've become somewhat of a well-known person. I won't go so far as to say celebrity. I'm a well-known person, and it's given me opportunities that I don't think I would have had otherwise as simply a third place winner, two-time finalist.
So we did have one question. I kind of am curious your guys' thoughts on this. Somebody said, I noticed that contestants used let me try that again. None of the contestants used a headphone mic. What was your thoughts on that?
Thought it was good.
Okay. Anybody shocked that there was no headset mics? Eric,
no, I don't know why they would. That just
Jeff. Go ahead, Rich. Go ahead.
Well, the headset mic covers you up so much in this environment as opposed to the way it was on the big stage where we see your whole body and it becomes less of an impactful sight over your head. And all they have to do is have a decent microphone off to the side that nobody can see. I've got a microphone that's a good 1.5 feet away from where I am, but I sound fine, I would assume. So you don't need the headset in this environment if you have a good enough microphone.
Yeah. So that's a trick because I'll be honest, in a lot of places that I saw during the district contests, I saw a lot of people with headset mics. Just so people are aware. So I understand where the question is coming from. I guess let's get to the question. Let's get to the kind of the elephant in the room on this, which is, Linda certainly took a huge risk. It's right up there, in my opinion, with Then's risk in 2016, and then obviously Eric had to follow Patrick Hammond in 2015. But and last year, in fairness, with some of the things that Aaron and Louisa and Quan talked about, even those were risks. Sherwood tells me, I guess Sherwood's watching, by the way. Sherwood tells me there's earbuds. Hi, Sherwood. And he may pop by in a little bit too. But all the three finalist speeches from last year in previous years would have been considered a risk. So your thoughts about maybe we're moving in a new direction for what we're going to see at the finals. And I don't know where Eric seems like he wants to get in first. And if I don't let him go nuts.
All right, this is something that I talk about a lot, when I do trainings and whatever for the contest. Listen, I'm not saying that contestants should be gimmicky. I'm not saying that at all. However, you look at some of the winning contestants. 2015, when I competed, Muhammad Katani came out with a cigarette. Darren Tay wore underwear, right? If you go way back, Darren LaCroix fell down, not once, but twice. We've seen people, climb on ladders, do different types of things, okay? In this environment, because everyone is so good at this level, you have to find a way to stand out. Now, you can stand out in a variety of different ways. Okay, I do like what Linda did with the cards. That's something that we've never seen before, and she did it extremely well, where she paused and said it just re-engaged. So that is a type of risk. Obviously, the subject matter, right? It's a very sensitive topic right now. She took a risk in that regard. You look at some of the other things, some of the props that were used in this contest. You had a coffee mug. I've never seen that used before. I like how, Mike Carr, he came in from the side, right? I hadn't seen that before. That was very well done. Okay, people were, who was it? Speaker number 2, Lindy. She was getting real up close and personal, with that camera. That's also a risk. Can it be a turnoff? Maybe yes, maybe no. We don't know. How's it gonna translate through the lens? But to get back to my point, and then I'll let someone else speak. At this level, you got to take a calculated risk if you want to separate yourself from the masses. The rest of the contestants. That's my 2 cents on that.
Mm-hmm. If Eric wasn't keeping on jumping left and right, I would always let the lady go first. So I'll go to Louisa. You're killing me, my friend. Louisa, thoughts on like I said, your speech last year to some people was a risk. I heard some people sit there and say, "Oh, I can't believe she said some of those things," and now it looks like that might be commonplace.
My comments on that would be that somebody, and I wasn't able to attend, they had a session after with all the previous first place winners, all the world champions. And somebody said, Louisa broke all the rules and yet she still placed. And God bless Mike Brown, because he came to my defense and said, up until 1995, everybody, I believe 95, I believe everybody that gave a speech stayed behind the podium or stayed behind the lectern. And then somebody went and took a risk, broke the rules, and said, I'm not going to stand behind that anymore. And so he said, sometimes we need someone to come out and do things differently and take a risk so that things change. And I was grateful that he said that. I made fun. I tried to make every kind of joke about my heritage, about the Mexican race, because it's okay for me to do it. It's not okay for anyone else to do it. So if it's okay for me to do it, you know, step back and get out of my way. Here it comes. And I still get people telling me, hey, Jesus, what's your joke? And I'm like, oh my God, that's going to follow me for the rest of my life. And that's okay. That's fine, because at least we're talking about it. So if you bring humor and light to something that is sensitive, then people will come up to you and talk to you. And I don't know how much of the audience got this, but the only thing I wanted my audience to take away was the fact that I wanted them to say, I think I'm a racist because I've done exactly what she's done. That's all I wanted people to take away from it. The humor was there, all that other stuff was good, but I just want my audience to think, and if that was a risk, I took it, but I wanted to send them with a message, and that's what it was. I just wanted everyone to stop and think, oh my gosh, I think I'm a racist.
I seem to be being muted, but I don't want to be muted. Okay. With that, you are listening to the MSP. I guess this is mid-post because we're kind of waiting on results, which should be here in the next 3 minutes or so. We do still have some people, people are waiting here. I'm glad people are hanging out here while we're waiting because we definitely have, we're hanging out and having a good time with this, and we're glad to have these amazing finalists with us. Again, we do have a gift for you. If you look in the crawl underneath, we have some, if you go to that link, you can get some some ideas for when you want to become a professional speaker from us at Midwest Speaking Professionals, and you can check that out. As I mentioned, and I don't know if you guys heard this or you guys are aware, Lois Creamer, who wrote Book More Business, is going to be a guest at our club on October 18th, and she's worked with Jack Canfield and Patricia Fripp. So we would love to have people out there on that date, and we hope that that's something that people join us for, just like this event. I do want to, obviously let other people have thoughts on this. Kingy, your thoughts on where the contest is moving when we see more speeches like Linda, or we see a speech like Louisa, or we see a speech like Patrick Hammond or Fenn, or along those lines. Can we expect to see more of this in Toastmaster speeches? You're on mute, bud.
I think we should. I love the conversation that oh gosh, Aaron LaCroix says is that if you want a trophy, then you can get one for $2.50 just down the road. We have a real. I think Linda's was brave and courageous to really talk about what's really going out there. It might be uncomfortable, but it's actually happening out there in the world today. Last year, you wouldn't have said it. Aaron's speech was about racism. I'm thinking about now Craig. Oh, gee, I forgot his name. He talked about depression. He talked about suicide all those years ago, and he won. Now, I think that what it does is that it moves the conversation from where it's happening right now, which is behind closed doors, in secret. What bringing it out and speaking in speeches does is it gets it out to be spoken about. And that's the beautiful thing, is we can speak about it openly now. We can start speaking about it publicly. And then when we can start talking about it, we can then start to understand each other. And then, like the moon on a dark night, we can start a pathway home. Come do that when there are taboo subjects that we don't talk about. But if we did talk about it, a lot of difference should be made. I think we should have these conversations. Gosh, I heard also, even words that are being used. You look at Kwong, where he says, "Where you get your." Now that's a real Australian word, but even I would move back when I heard that word. The other thing too is when somebody really looks right up at me, even though they're in another country, they've moved into my personal space. Some may like that, some may not. So when somebody moves right up to the lens, I moved back. Now, again, but about risks. But if Linda can help one person start to have conversations and start to make turn those props that she had, those signs, into reality and make a difference in somebody's life, then she may not leave a champion, but she will be a champion. Those are my just initial thoughts. Congratulations.
I was going to keep going, but I see Barbara's up, so I don't know if do we have results or where are we at? Because I know we're coming up on that time, and you're muted, Barbara.
Sorry, I'm on mute. Just to give everybody, because I'm behind the scenes right now, I got 3 laptops going, just to let you know. I got the Toastmasters up. They still haven't gave us the leeway to look at the grand finale just yet. Plus, to let everybody know, they're going to do the, before they give the results, they're going to talk about who won. I'm trying to remember. It's out of my head right now. Huh?
Accredited speaker?
Yeah, it's accredited speaker. Sorry, thanks, Jeff. They got to give the accredited speaker and the video winner contest, I think they do. And then after that, they'll give the results. But I'll be popping in. I'm putting things on banner to let you know the timing. So I will be keeping everybody abreast of what's going on. I just want to give you the update.
I think they're also doing some election announcements. So we've got a little bit of time.
Yeah, like I said, I have it on. I got it up on Toastmaster screen right now. So I'm paying attention to that, and I'll let everybody know, and I'll keep everybody abreast. I'll put banners up and everything. But good job. Keep going, everybody.
Absolutely. Rich, you had thoughts. You're on mute, Rich. You're on mute. Barbara, can you unmute Rich? Okay, while we figure out where there's issues on the technical. Phil, can you unmute? Oh, there we go.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Okay, election results are tonight.
Okay.
But they are going to talk, no doubt, about what's happening next year's conference, because they always promote the next year's conference before they announce the winners too.
Wait,
because everybody always leaves.
We have winners.
They have winners.
We have winners.
Do we?
Okay. So wow. Okay. So first place is Mike Carr, second place is Linda Marie Miller, and third place is Linda McLean. All newcomers. Not a return in the bunch. I will give Eric his props. I'm a little surprised by this. I'm a little surprised to see some of this. I thought, in fairness, this was a tough contest. Let's be honest about it, which is, and in fairness, I don't know about you guys. I felt like Linda kind of overshadowed a lot of things. Phil, since you didn't get a chance to talk your thoughts, I'll let you go first.
Yeah, so a couple of thoughts. When I went back and looked at Kwong's speech, on my timer, it said like 7:32. So I changed who I thought won based on that. And I know that Aaron Sampson was also over. And before these were announced, my question was going to be, and by the way, on Mike Carr, kudos for the film. For those of us who grew up seeing how the film would come out, that was awesome. Just an awesome start. Okay, my thought is this: 1 week, 1 month, 1 year from now, whose speech are we going to remember? Regardless of who finished where, we're going to remember Linda Marie Miller's speech. So whether she finished first, second, or third, that's going to be the one that hit home, and that's going to be the one we remember. And so I'm glad to see she got second place as well. But just an outstanding job taking the risk, and that's why you take the risk. You can get the trophy at a trophy store, but she really won with her message today.
Well, I gotta be honest, as somebody who sells trophies for a living, Darren's wrong. I can get your trophy for $5. But that's just an FYI.
I'll call you.
Absolutely.
Well, I tell you, I'm shocked. I didn't get finished because we were interrupted by winners. Apparently, I didn't think they'd announce them that quick. That's so unlike Toastmasters.
Yep.
But I wanted to give some love to Sherwood Jones, who I have done no coaching with, have not spoken with this entire time. But I thought he took the biggest risk because he talked about coronavirus, which I told everybody I ever worked with, stay as far away from that as possible. And his entire speech was about that. And I thought he did a great job starting the way he started and in giving a message that meant something. And he was who I thought was the clear winner in my own eyes. I am fine with what all the judges decided. I'm kind of wondering if Toastmaster Hugh put up the actual results or if he put up what he thought.
Oh, maybe he put up what he thought. Maybe he put up what he thought.
I'm wondering that.
Yeah, you know what? That's okay. That's probably what he thought. Let's not jump to conclusions on that because we'll hold off because Barbara just said something about
Yowza.
Yeah, that's why you gotta be careful sometimes when we put some of these things up. When we put them up like that, Barbara, you gotta be careful.
But let me follow up with one thing here, and that is that even though I thought I saw a clear winner, there is never a unanimous winner, and there are always so many perspectives and opinions in the room that you simply can't say there is a clear winner. And everybody says it after the fact that, oh, well, yeah, Dan Njayo was a clear winner. Lashunda was a clear winner. But I guarantee none of them were unanimous, and they become clear in our mind as time goes by with confirmation bias. Louisa, you've had your hand up for a while.
If I may say this, first of all, Rich, what I wanted to let you know is the way I see contests now. So many times I knew I should have won and the judges didn't know what they were doing. That when I actually made it and got second place at the finals last year, I said, I'm taking this trophy, not because I think I deserve to have won second, but for all the other contests that I should have won, I'm taking the trophy now. So judges make mistakes. Keep trying because one day they're going to make a mistake and they're going to give you first place. I just want you to know that. Okay. That's all. That's a mindset you've got to have. And when you say there is no clear winner, you are absolutely right. And the reason is what I say now when I go on Zoom meetings with everyone from around the world. I said, you can win. I am no better than you. The only thing I did was I said the right thing at the right time to the right judges on the right day. That's it. That's all you have to do. And anybody can do that. So when you say, yes, there's no clear winner, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. But keep trying because one of these days you're going to make a mistake and you're going to get first place, okay? Just like I am too, all right?
Let me break in. I'm looking in the Facebook group. I am looking at an official announcement from Toastmasters. That is correct. This is correct. Mike Carr is the new world champion in public speaking. Linda Marie has finished second, and Lindy McLean has finished third. This is the real. That is a legit.
I was about to announce that. Those are the real winners.
Those are the real winners. That's why, forgive me, sometimes I'm looking off camera as I'm talking to people and checking things as we're talking.
That's why I'm the background person. Go for it.
That's official. So, yes, we now know that is official. That is the case. Louisa, I'm going to go to you because Mike is from your region. I don't know how well you do or don't know him or any thoughts. Did you see? I assume you saw his at some point.
Yes, in fact, I texted him last night. I told him I had seen his, I believe I saw 5 or 6 of the 8 semifinal speeches. And for some reason, when he gave his speech, he talked about a girlfriend or a girl that was blue. Mm-hmm. And I'd never heard anything like that. And when he said her fingernails were blue, her this were blue, and I thought, wait, does he know? Is he making a mistake? Are you sure he's saying the right words? It was so different and his excitement and enthusiasm was so fresh. And like you said, he's been giving this speech for 6 months now. So for it to look that fresh, I texted him last night and I said, you've got a great chance of winning this. I said, if you do the same thing with your finals that you did with your semis, my vote's for you. I said, you can do this. I was so excited. And again, this is another District 55, up there. So that makes me happy for him. And again, like I said, I had the winners and I already had him number one. So,
Okay.
There you go.
It was fun.
I'm so happy for him.
I was trying to be nice and not make you guys go out on a limb, but we can kind of sit there and talk about this now. If people want to talk about who they thought or where they thought it was going to fall, that's fair too. If you have questions in the chat, we will take your questions in the chat, and we'll talk about this. Christine asks, needs a refresh. What did Mike talk about in terms of his final speech?
The film projector.
The film projector? Okay. Got it. And no offense, Eric, I'm gonna go a different direction. I'm gonna let Kingy go because it's been a while since we've heard from him. Thoughts on what your reaction to what results are, or thoughts in general?
Well, I'm really happy. Sherwood, if you're still here, Sherwood, thank you very much for your speech around the coronavirus, because you were speaking my truth, my friend. That everything that you talked about in your speech are things that we go through. In fact, I'm sitting in lockdown right now. I'm not able to see my mum. I'm not able to see my friends. I'm stuck in this house. So thank you very much, Sherwood. I think that's one of the things that we need to look at is maybe you didn't win this contest, but you've moved lives. So thank you very much for that, my friend. Sherwood, you're absolutely awesome. I'd say the same thing to Kwong if he was here. But I'm really happy because Mike Carr, I know that Mike Carr competed in 2013 in Chicago, and he came first runner-up in his semifinals. So now he's been able to move through to the finals and be the world champion. And secondly, Linda Marie. Is it Linda Marie?
Yeah, Linda Marie would be second.
That move that she made, that risk that she took, and coming first runner-up means that indeed the Toastmasters is moving into the 2020s and actually being brave and having those and allowing those brave conversations. And with somebody coming second, first runner-up, and then last year winning with the uncomfortable conversations, it means we're able to, that Toastmasters is becoming a platform for us to have those conversations and really bring them out into the world. Couldn't be happier. Lindy, apart from the fact that she nearly jumped down my throat when she was coming forward on the lens, I loved her style. So I'm really happy. Really sad for my friends, but as Louisa says, just keep going. Not only is it more trophies to win, but more messages to get out to our people. So that messages of hope for those who are in need and messages of worth for those who feel they don't have any.
Let me go to Phil here for a second. The other thing I want to mention is because this person hasn't been mentioned, and I thought that their message was a good. I thought there were a lot of really powerful messages, and another one was Maureen. I thought her message was powerful. But Phil, go right ahead. Your thoughts.
Yeah. So there were several messages in there, and what do we need as a society right now? And yeah, I just saw the message Kwong went over. Somebody said, I thought Kwong would do better. I think he went over by a few seconds, 2 or 3. What do we need as a society? And what we need is we need a recognition that just because I have a different attitude or a different point of view from somebody else, that doesn't make me better. That doesn't make them wrong. I'm not right. We, at least in the United States, spend so much time telling other people why they're such dumbasses because they don't believe the way we do. And so, or because they're different, right? And we should have been beyond this. And thank goodness we've got people giving messages like Linda Marie did, or like Mike and Kwong, where they talk about seeing value or helping or somebody helping one another. And Kwong did that in his semifinal as well. And I love those kind of messages. Sherwood, love the way you handled Corona. I have anywhere where I spilled green ink on my notes, then I thought they were worthy of potentially a trophy. And Sherwood, I loved your ending, and I loved your humor. And I spilled green ink on yours. I spilled it on Mike quite a bit, on Kwong's, on Linda's. She took a risk and she got rewarded with a trophy, and good for her. I noticed that there were a lot of solid endings in the speeches. And sometimes I was drawn in, okay? Sherwood and Mike drew me in right away. Right? And then sometimes I wasn't drawn in right away, but a lot of them just came back with a really good ending. Sherwood, Mike, Kwong, others, and made me say at the end, yes, that was 7 to 7.5 to 7:32 of my life that was well spent listening to this person. So congratulations to all of the speakers, and thank you for a really good morning. Morning, Mike.
I know Louisa wants to make a comment. Louisa, I do see you. Give me a second. Rich has been sitting there like there's icicles on him. So I want to go ahead and let him talk. And I know Eric's like about ready to kill me. So we'll go ahead. By the way, Sherwood, if I know you're watching, I did give you a link. If you want to pop in. Come on. We'd love to have you on.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Rich. Your thoughts.
You bet. Always tough to come on. If Sherwood comes on, he's got what's of steel. Anyway, Mike Carr certainly did risky things. Certainly did something that's memorable. I love the fact that Phil brought up that film, that whole thing. And then remember, Phil, when he put his thumb up against it, didn't that look just like when it burns out? I don't even think he did that intentionally. I think that's just the way it turned out perfectly. Trying to put that thumb up there to block it out and then burn out. Maureen, I've seen a lot of her speeches over the years, and this was the first time I thought her delivery was really grounded. She wasn't coming out at us as we want to do when we're on that stage. She stayed right here. She stayed grounded throughout her entire presentation. And so I really want to give props to Maureen in terms of what she has done in terms of growth over the years. So that's really all I've got. And this, I'm stunned by the results, but I'm not surprised by the results, if that makes any sense. And I think Mike is more than a worthy champion. I definitely would have had him in my top 3 regardless of the actual end result. So I think he's going to make a great world champion, a great representative for our organization.
I've been fortunate enough to have a couple of conversations with Mike via PM. He seems like an amazing guy. Louisa, I want to go to you real fast, and then I'll bring up Eric because I know he got a lot.
Yes, I believe mine is a real quick answer.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody used, and I shouldn't even say this, kick ass.
Kwong.
Yeah.
Is that acceptable? Is the older generation of Toastmasters now moving past to where we can use that kind of language? And not only that, my question is, Kwong has used this speech before. I didn't think we could do that. We can do that?
Well, so not this apparently was not a previous final speech. I'm being told
It was a semifinal speech, I believe.
I heard this was something that he used at the Moth. I don't know exactly.
Oh, you are correct.
I heard that was just because it's funny. Sherwood's out there. I heard a rumor that Sherwood used his district speech for the final, and that his semifinal speech was not his actual finals, his actual district speech.
District speech.
So yeah, no, and that's a huge risk.
Okay.
But, like I said, Sherwood, if you're out there, if you want to pop on, that's fine. We'd love to have you.
And so the kick ass, that's okay?
I took a point off while I was watching him for
There you
it.
go. Who said that?
Rich.
Okay.
Louisa, fuck if I know.
You're DQ'd. You're out of here. Get him off the stage.
Okay. Great. Someone else can moderate the rest of this. Okay, Eric. I've waited long enough. Eric.
Everything's already been said. No, I just want to give kind of an overview. Again, a major congratulations to each and every one of the contestants. People that haven't made it to the final stage, they may not have a full understanding of the kind of commitment, time, energy, and effort that goes into preparing not one, not two. Back in the day, it was 3 speeches. So again, major props to everyone that competed here today. That being said, you look at some of the things that were done really well. I thought Lindy McLean, I watched the semifinal speech. Clearly, she has some sort of musical background, a good singing voice. She used a variety of different voices. In my opinion, and Sherwood did as well. If you can do voices adequately and well, do it. If you can't, don't do it. But I thought the people that used different voices did that. It definitely added to the speech. That being said, we also had some messages that we've heard before, but they were done in a unique, special way to the speaker. So for example, Maureen talked about, kind of some of her insecurities, but she had that unique spin. I thought she painted that very well. Obviously, our winner, Mike Carr, failure, a message on failure we've heard many, many, many times before, but he spun it to victories in the try and that his failure didn't kill him. So again, great job making that unique to his individual person. Yeah, I do think those that were thinking Kwong was going to get a trophy, is it official? He has timed out. Is that the official statement here that we know of?
I mean, I looked at the numbers from his start to his finish, and it was 7:32 or 7:33.
Okay, so that's what we're thinking here.
It's the fault.
Yeah.
You said you thought Aaron timed out too, Phil?
Yeah, he was a good 7:40 something.
Oh, he was. Okay.
Here's
what I want to leave everyone with, that, as we continue to compete in this, if it's virtual or not, whatever, we need to adapt to the medium here. I thought all the contestants, they adapted extremely well, much more of a conversational tone. I'm as guilty as anybody of being a little bit too over the top on the stage, bringing a little bit too much in your face energy. I thought all the contestants did a great job of bringing that down, right? Making it a one-on-one kind of conversation. And that's something we can all learn from moving forward.
All right. Well, like I said, obviously we have winners. You're listening or watching as well. Forgive me, my background in radio. Kingy will understand that. Sometimes you want to say listening when really everybody's watching, but it feels like back in the day where you're watching the post-game show from Lewis Speaking Professionals, and we we're out there and we have people watching right now from all over the place. And it's possible some people are going to be watching this later because this is all over the place and available for people to watch. So feel free to check us out later. Hold on a second. Forgive me. All right. So I just got a private message from Linda that she's like, I'm in an interview session from 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern. So at some point it looks like we're going to have Linda pop by, which will be fun. It'll be interesting to talk to her about where she came from that. And then we have Sherwood Jones, who was a finalist this year. So first of all, congratulations. Let me just ask this. Let me start here. This has got to be the craziest contest you've ever done, with everything that went weird and all the stuff that happened where you've got to record stuff in advance. And then, now you had to wait, 48 hours? Talk a little bit about that. How, in that experience, how is it different from being on a final stage from 2016?
Well, first of all, there was, of course, the 2-week gap from the recording of the semis to finding out exactly if you were going to be advancing from there. And that was probably the first big hurdle to overcome, because, at least you got to concentrate on that one speech from there forward. And then it was quite a fast turnaround from the actual announcement of the semi-winners to the recording of the World Championship, which took place on Thursday morning or Thursday afternoon. So it is a little bit, it's a little bit different. I mean, of course, the entire experience is sort of like a Fisher-Price, Milton Bradley home version of the World Championship because you don't get the full vibe and everything. And so, but in general, you know, I love the process. I love the preparation, the creative effort that goes in, the adrenaline that's there, and I miss that. So if I actually won, I'd say, oh, I don't get to do this again. So
very cool. Here's another interesting fact that I don't think people are aware of. This was also a different experience for you this time because, correct me if I'm wrong, you did this from an entirely different district and region this time because you used to be out in California and now you're in Dallas. So did you find any real differences from those changes?
Well, actually, let's see, I was in District 1 ever since 1994, and then now I have a job out here in East Texas. I'm not really Dallas. I'm almost into Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
But, and I decided, well, you know, I had not advanced in the last few years since 2016, and this is a new district. So I thought, okay, I'll try this speech again. So I reused the speech that I had from my semi in 2016 because it was a new audience here as far as in District 50. And then I didn't think that it would necessarily go as far as it did, but it did again. And now that so many thousands of people have seen it online, I'm not going to reuse that speech again. But there's always this huge fear about being a one-hit wonder because, you know, when you're making these speeches, it's like you're a rock artist making a new song. Some songs will be hits, some songs will just kind of go by the wayside, and you hate to be a one-hit wonder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, and you know, obviously we have two finalists who've been once to the dance versus twice. I know I can only speak from, yeah, go ahead, Phil, go.
That's why I keep going. I don't want to be known as the Starland vocal band of public speaking.
You know, I don't need to be the only one asking questions, guys. If you want, if there's people who have questions for Sherwood, go right ahead. Because obviously I'm not the only one thinking. And if there are people in the comments section who have thoughts, let's talk a little bit about that. So, anybody had questions or thoughts about with questions for Sherwood?
I have a question for Phil also. Phil, were you timing everybody? I was timing a number of the people.
Yes.
Was I within? I was a little bit worried.
You were within. Let me. Yeah. So I only wrote it down if they went over. But
okay.
Yeah. So you made it. You were 7-something, Sherwood. I think everybody was right in that 7 to 7:15 sweet spot, with two exceptions.
Well, I don't know if we can trust you, Phil. Kane says that Aaron went 7:18, not 7:40.
My math could be wrong. I don't know. I'll go back.
I did have Aaron under time. Yeah.
Did you really?
Within the time. Yeah.
Okay.
But anyway, yeah, I was a bit worried about Kwong, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I had him dead on 7:30 myself.
Sure. So how is it any different this time when you're sitting there waiting for the last 2 days versus, say, okay, you've just finished the speech and now you just got to wait for when they're going to get done talking about accredited speaker and all the other silly things that you're sitting there going, please just tell me what the hell happened and where I'm at?
Well, again, I think because of the fact that it's a totally different environment, and when we're talking to a piece of plastic here, as I say, and that you don't have this kind of pressure of the thousands of people surrounding you, not only as far as perhaps to make you nervous, but it's sort of like, okay, good luck. Oh, did you win? This kind of thing. Mm-hmm. It's like, you know, you're home alone and it's okay. Well, all right, you know. So it's not as nerve-wracking as it would be in person, I think.
Okay. Again, so like I said, obviously we want to congratulate Sherwood, and we're glad that you had a chance to hang out, and obviously you're happy to do that for a little bit. I'm trying to think of other things. Phil does have a question. Okay, not scratching his head. Good.
I'm not scratching my head. It's like an auction. You scratch your nose, and you're gonna have to ask a question. Sherwood, how much did you practice, and did you attend a lot of clubs virtually during this season, during the space from winning the district to now?
I did attend a number of clubs virtually and got feedback from a number of different people. In fact, I had 2 different speeches that were ready to go, and I took a poll around to find out which one that they liked better, and they seemed to like this one a little bit better. So I developed this one further.
Okay. Brian Wolf's telling us 7:45. We'll see. This will always be a mystery, I guess.
The interesting thing too is I would like to find out too, by the way, if they announced disqualifications for time.
Yeah, that'd be that.
We'll have to check that announcement video if it's if it ever comes up.
Crazy because
it still says you're too early.
I've kind of noticed that the last few years they haven't been announcing disqualifications when they happen. It just seems to be a kind of whisper thing, like, "Oh, hey, by the way, I think this person disqualified." It's very strange because you think that they'd announce it, but yet they're not. So, like I said, obviously, now, Sherwood, were you able to watch everybody else while you were doing your thing, or was it just they bring you up and boom, you go and okay, thanks, goodbye? How does that work?
No, you actually watch everybody else in both the semi and the final.
Okay. So I have a crazy question for you. When you saw Linda Marie's speech, when you were watching it, were you like, "Oh my"? I mean, just from a perspective of topic point of view.
No, I mean, obviously, I have a topic that could theoretically be controversial per se, but no, I mean, and of course Patrick Hammond from a little while back about about the prostitute, but I think that when we actually recorded it on Thursday, I didn't watch the speakers before me because I was doing last second rehearsal in my head, so I saw her speech today for the first time. And it did not strike me as potentially controversial at all. I mean, I was more wowed by by this concept of her making a statement and then showing a sign with a sort of contradictory statement. And I thought, wow, if you can do something visually that happens in the audience's mind rather than you telling them verbally, it's all the more powerful.
Yeah. Okay. So again, sorry, my bad. Okay. So like I said, certainly we have the winners there, and okay. So other thoughts on what we saw today from people in general. I know Eric seemed to be had a thought about a direction that he wanted to talk to, and Lisa mentioned something earlier. This is what Kwang's 5th trip to the dance at this point. I don't know. I'd probably be going crazy at some point at this point. Thoughts? I guess Eric mentioned it, so we'll start there, and then I saw Phil, so we'll go ahead there.
Yeah, I guess with Kwang, and it's an interesting subject. Clearly, he's an amazing speaker. You don't get to the finals 5 times, and you don't become runner-up twice. Unless you are an amazing, amazing speechwriter and speaker and all that. That being said, we were mentioning before, is there a predictability to him? Is there a pattern that he falls back into? I'm not saying yes or no. Can people get too, used to a certain speaker as they get used to certain musicians or comedians? Again, I don't know. I think it's an interesting, subject. And if someone has a strong opinion, I'd be curious to see if they have it one way or another. clearly, if he continues to compete, he's going to walk away with that first place trophy at some point. But yeah, I don't know. Does he need to change his style completely? And Tiger Woods, right? He changed his golf swing completely, right? And so Rory McIlroy, these are golfers. So throwing it out there, seeing what other people have to think.
Yeah. Go ahead, Rich.
If he's gone overtime twice, we don't know how his results would have been had he not gone overtime. So he may have won this thing twice, and we don't even realize it. So there's that thought. So perhaps the first thing he should do is learn how not to go overtime. And I've gone overtime at region and at district, so it's a tough thing. But the other, like Eric says, Ed Tate talks about sameness. When there's sameness, you lose your audience. And Kwong, at this point, regardless of whether he would have won when he went overtime or not, does need to come out with something, in my opinion. I hate to pound on the guy immediately after a contest because he's an amazing speaker. But I think clearly he's going to have to do something that's going to surprise us the next time he gets to the finals. And the fact that I can confidently say the next time he goes to the finals is a huge testament to how good Kwong is.
Mm-hmm. Louisa.
I remember growing up as a kid listening to the radio, and a song would come on and I would say, oh my gosh, who is that? And every time I said that, I never knew who it was, but every time I said that, it was Elton John. Elton John came out with Benny and the Jets, then Goodbye Yellow Brick Road, then Tiny Dancer, and I'm like, what? This guy's all over the place. I always knew when Phil Collins was singing. I always knew when the Beatles were singing. So the last thing I would want to do is have somebody say, oh, that's Louisa, that's her style, that's what she does. Every time I get on stage, I never want somebody to say, that was like that speech you gave 3 years ago. That's the last thing I want someone to tell me. So anytime I get on stage with a speech, I want it to be completely different of anything I've ever done. Because I don't want my audience to say, oh, well, that's Lisa. I want them to go, oh my God, that's Lisa. What's she gonna do now?
Mm-hmm.
That's
Phil,
what
I saw your hand up on this.
Yeah, so interesting. I'm going to take it another direction and ask the question, what is Kwong trying to accomplish? And if it's just, I want to win the World Championship for Public Speaking, then he needs to make a change. But if it's, I want to influence as many lives with my unique storytelling gifts and make the point and touch people's lives, then he doesn't need to change a thing because he's not one of the best speakers in Toastmasters. He's one of the best storytellers in the world. And so if he doesn't get the hardware, but he does things like the Moth and other areas where he is out there sharing his message in the way that he is uniquely able to do, then more power to him. I met him in 2011 and we have talked back and forth at different times. He's a good friend, but if he doesn't want the World Championship, I would say don't change what you're doing. Basically, I kind of lost my train of thought there a little bit, but don't change what you're doing because you've been given this gift and you are able to give great speeches. And there are 7 billion people in the world, and if you've covered the 250,000 or however many that are Toastmasters, go get the other 6 point whatever billion people.
Mm-hmm. It's funny you say that, Phil, about other places because there's somebody I know who was running a 90-second story slam contest a couple weekends ago, and it was funny because they had 17 contestants, and their champion was Kwong. So you're right, he's been popping around other places too. Sherwood, I saw you had thoughts, or you wanted a direction. You had thoughts on this.
Sure, I'd love to be Kwong. It'd be great to keep coming back all the time, frustration or not. I mean, it could be the whole Jock Elliott syndrome where you come back and back and back until you finally get something that hits with the audience or the judges. Mm-hmm. The one thing that Kwong does a lot in his speeches, and I see it a lot in even almost all the competitors today, is that they will take a story from their life and then discern the message from that. And that seems to be the International Speech Contest in many, many cases. I don't have very many stories from my own life, so I tend to do a little bit more topical stuff that has maybe little teeny stories or jokes or categories built in, like my semi-speech, or even Darren LaCroix's Ouch doesn't really single in on one story, but a lot of little things. So I think that you can distinguish yourself a little bit more by getting away from the formula of here's the story and here's the message that came from it.
Got it. Kingy, I haven't gotten you. Kingy has been stewing, and I'm looking forward to hearing what he has to say, especially because what time is it right now in New Zealand? By the way, while all of us are on normal time somewhat, like
it is 20 to 5, 20 to 5.
Yeah, by the way, P.S. If I haven't said it, and I think we can all do this, congratulations on the education session. It was spectacular.
Thank you.
I really enjoyed it a lot, and I loved learning more about the Maui. That was incredible. But yeah, I imagine you've shared a stage with him. Your thoughts on the subject, and then there are other people. I certainly, I do want to talk about some of the other presenters that we saw, and certainly Sherwood, if you've got thoughts on things, go right ahead. But
yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. I really enjoyed the messenger, and which means that I enjoyed the messages that were sent to us today via our finalists. And it's nice to have you here with us, Sherwood. Thank you very much for your awesome message, my friend. Yeah, I've known Kwong since 2011. I like Kwong's style. I really do. I think he has a very laid back style. He has a lovely flow in his style, but just and I do hope my friend is watching. I don't think he's been able to hit his mark over the last few years. I maybe 2014. I'm not sure, but the magical Kwong that we know and love, I haven't seen that in a while. And the other thing too about that is that again today is that we've seen another story about the Australian boy who went back to China. And even though this is the second time I've seen this speech, it's the fourth or fifth time that I've seen the Australian boy go back to China. Now, I also know that Kwong is really awesome as a frisbee. The frisbee football, he's really good at that. I also know that I've just heard that Kwong is an awesome slam poet. So I think it's just about that's what I'm going to do is support Kwong to find that magic. I remember in 2014 he was finding it really hard to find subject matter even then. So I think it's just about Kwong finding Kwong himself and sharing the rest of his life, not just about the time he went back to China. I've never heard anything about his trip when he was living in Australia, or anything about his slam poetry or anything else around his frisbee. There's a whole bunch of messages that man could be sending us. That's really my I don't think he needs to change anything because he's just magic. I just think he needs to find that magic again.
Didn't he give the same final in 2014 as his semi in 2011?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, because I was in his semi in 2011. And placed in that semi.
That's right. And I think Knock Knock was maybe 2013 or something like that. I'm not sure, but I've heard that speech before. So yeah, I know you're absolutely right there.
His timing was definitely on those first few years. So it may be the struggle and it is a struggle to come up with something over and over again, especially now that we can't reuse speeches to the degree that we could back then.
That's right. Maybe that's a good thing for the brother. Maybe it's a good thing for Kwong. But I think it'll be a good time so he can really refresh and look at other stories he can be sharing with us.
I mean, you're watching post game with us from Midwest Speaking Professionals, and with me are 6 phenomenal finalists. Unless Phil went to go to the bathroom, now we have 5. Maybe it's his dog. I'm surprised. I'm impressed that no dogs have bothered the presentation, and we haven't had guest star dogs, especially with Louisa. I expected dogs all over. Oh, okay. I'm supposed to keep quiet. There's one next door. Got it. Feel free to bring one up on screen if you want. I don't care. Obviously, I want to make sure that we're clear. We're some of the stuff we're talking about is not to knock Kwong. It's because we think he's tremendous.
He's the man. Yep.
And we'd like to. And it's funny. And it's something I have a thought. And Eric and I have debated this at times. Is it better to have won the whole thing or to be like 10 years where it's like Kwong or J.A.? Oh my God, it's a mini schnauzer. I am so in love. Anyway.
Well, I just want Kwong to win so that I don't have to face him at some point.
Exactly. Totally. Yes.
Because I mean, in some ways, it's like I do kind of laugh. It's like J.A. and Kwong at this point. It's like, are they getting more out of being around all the time than they would be if they were champs? Because it's like sometimes once you're a champ, it's like, oh yeah, you won already.
J.A.'s been in the semifinals over 10 times.
Has he? Oh,
whoa!
I think it's like I thought it was 12.
Yeah, I think it is.
It's crazy. Yeah, no, absolutely. So I do want to make sure that we talk about some of the others and what. Okay, we need to know about our guest star here. What he or she, Louisa?
Okay, she's 11 years old. I've had her since she was 10 months old. The girl that had her, the father didn't want her to keep her because it cost $25 to groom her, and she was always sold the wrong color. She was supposed to be white, but she turned out to be gray, so he really didn't want her. So I kind of take the dogs that nobody wants. I've also got a gentleman right here next to me that was run over, hit by a car. He's got a broken back. I have to change his diaper twice a day. So he's right here, but yeah, I get the leftovers or the ones that nobody wants. But yeah, this 11 years old, she's a trooper.
Beautiful.
But hey, real quick, talking about Kwong, I have to say this. I met him last year. Was the first year I was there. I met him, and after I gave my speech, I went to go sit down because we were all sitting in one section there on the side of the stage, and he looked at me and he said, "Congratulations." And I was like, okay. He goes, "You just won first place." And I said, "Excuse me?" He goes, "You just won." And for him to tell me that, I was kind of in shock because I had not even fathomed that I could even get to the finals. So when he said that, I was like, and he was such a gentleman. Always like it. I had my cane with me. I was having problems with my knee. He's like, "Can I get you some water? Can I get you a chair? Can I get you anything?" I hate the fact that he's been to the finals so many times. I would want, if it were me, and I've been to the finals 5 times, I would ask somebody, what is it that needs to change? Now, use the same formula to get to the finals. But once you get to the finals, since that's the only level you can't beat, do something different or something that's really going to capture the audience. But if I had the formula that he has to get to the semifinals every single time, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It'd be amazing. It'd be amazing. The man is phenomenal. I take my hat off to him. You know, I want him to hurry and win so that I don't have to compete against him. I'm glad Mike is out of the way now. You know, so that's the whole thing. I love the guy. I really do. He's got such a style. I want to listen to him. And for me, that's very rare. I'll get 1 minute into somebody's speech and I'll say, this isn't going anywhere. This didn't grab me. The intro was not wow. And with Kwong, I'm there. He's got me. In the first 5 or 6 words, I'm there. And I want to hear what happened. Tell me what happened and tell me what I need to learn. Like I said, I love the guy. He's phenomenal. I really do. And I wish him the best. I need him to hurry and win so I can go ahead and get in line.
I do want to get to some of the others because there's some names we've talked about. There's some we haven't talked about at all.
Yes.
And I kind of laugh because some of the names we talked about, we've talked a little bit about Mike, but not much. But let's talk about our 3rd place winner. What are our thoughts on Lindy McLean? Don't everybody start at once, by the way.
I thought she's a little over exuberant, particularly in her semi speech. I thought it was a really good story in the final speech. It had a good message, and it was heartwarming.
Okay.
She does like to have those expressive eyes right up at the camera.
Okay. Thoughts, Eric? You had thoughts on Lindy?
Yes, and this is going to be my final comment that I do have to run. So I want to thank everyone for having me and my fellow finalists and everyone that's watching. Lindy specifically, I think she's very unique in her style. I also watched her semifinal speech. She did do some singing in that, which, again, she's playing to her strengths. For her final speech, I thought that she definitely ended with a message of hope and a strong call to action. I mentioned it before. She did do the voices very well, Sherwood, as did you. And you know what? Again, at this level, because everyone is so good, you have to find ways to separate yourself and differentiate yourself. And because of her kind of a unique style, her ability to use that vocal tone and quality, that separated her in addition to the strength of her message. And that's something, again, we talked about Quan. Does he need to do something different at this level to separate, right, to get that first place trophy? Again, I don't know. But for Lindy, that to me is why she walked away with third place. And congrats to her. And again, I got to run, everybody. Great to see everybody. And
Absolutely. Thanks, Eric. Eric Feindagen, he's a member of Midwest Speaking Professionals. He's one of the founding members, two-time finalist. And you know, obviously we love having him. And while you have dogs, he's got kids, so I understand that completely. So yeah. So I guess my question is, there's a few people we haven't talked about, or if there's somebody you guys want to talk about, that's fine. I mean, I know we haven't really talked, you know, obviously we haven't really talked about Aaron Sampson. We haven't talked much about Benjamin Wayo, Lindy. I certainly want to talk about Maureen's speech at some point with you guys. If we want to start there, we can certainly start there, because I thought it was pretty, you know, it was funny. She had to follow you, Sherwood, and boy, I think that was not simple. That back half of the draw. Well, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, that back half of the draw was it was funny when I was looking at it on the listing. I'm like, whoo, that could be rough. So anybody on thoughts on any of those individuals? Obviously Maureen can be a start. Yeah, Phil.
Yeah. So the thing I wrote about Maureen's, the words I really liked were "be Dan" for the other people. So she did a good job of naming her hero, and then telling you can be the Dan for other people. If I was giving her advice, I would say I had a little hard time following her timeline, because at the first she was talking about being divorced and feeling bad about that, and then she's talking about Dan. I'm like, did that happen after the divorce? And then I found out it was 20 years ago. She kind of tied it up at the end, but had some really good lines, and really liked the "be the Dan for the other people." And I also just laughed out loud when she said, "Do you have a voice in your head? Does they call you Maureen?" I mean, it's a really good use of humor there to set things up.
I saw her speech a week ago, and the improvement from a week ago to what we saw today was outstanding.
Okay. So yeah, obviously, you know, it's funny because initially we were gonna do longer, but since obviously Toastmasters changed up some of the timing, you know, I think, you know, we've kind of exhausted a lot of the conversation, so we'll wrap up a little bit early on this. But I certainly want to give you guys thoughts on some of this and the different people, and where your thought processes are on what you've seen, what you've heard. Kane had a question, and I'm kind of curious your guys' thoughts in terms of his question. Are there any up and comers you guys feel we should be on the lookout for? I'll be biased. Me. Yeah. So thought anybody up and coming? Let me start here with this. I think Aaron Sampson is up and coming. I got a chance to see him before semifinals a couple weeks in advance. There's something about Aaron when I watch him that you just have to like that guy. He has a really likable quality, and I have a feeling that we're going to see a lot more from him in the future, unfortunately for all of us. So, so thoughts?
Aaron has a great optimism in his delivery that puts forth. It's like, the guy is almost never down in that, but he's not in your face energy. It's just, there is a pleasantness that is there that makes it very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Anybody you guys have thought it's on up and coming? I thought I saw Phil had a reaction to that when I said it.
Well, my reaction was on Aaron is the same thing that we saw with Mike Carr today. It's just something when they start speaking, and it's not the words and it's not necessarily the delivery, they just draw you in. There's kind of that magnetism. And Louisa pointed this out beforehand when she nailed the prediction on who was going to win.
She did. I forgot about that.
Yeah. And there is just something in the way that Mike, and I think Aaron can do it too, just when they take the stage, they command it and they draw you in. And to do that virtually is really, really impressive.
Mm-hmm. It's funny you say that. I was gonna say, Mike Carr's an up and comer. Oh wait, he's here. And it's funny, and I'm just gonna say this, and I'll let you guys keep going. But I kind of laugh because I remember having those similar thoughts about Ramona Smith in 2018, going, "Wow, she's really gonna be a threat down the road." And then she wins the whole thing right then and there. So it's kind of funny because when Kane is talking about that question, the problem to me is we say that, and yet the irony is there's some of these people who just rock it right through. And so it's hard to say. Rich, your thoughts? I mean, obviously you've seen a lot of people. Your thoughts on up-and-comers or possibilities?
Well, the winner is more likely going to be a one and done than any other person. I mean, people who repeat rarely win. So, I mean, we've seen a number of repeat winners like a Jim Key, but usually it's their first time through, the Ryan Averys of the world. I think lately we've had a couple of repeats, so it makes it feel like repeat winners happen more often. But if you look at the history of the contest, a lot of times it's someone who never competed before, never even competed at their club, but then just went boom all the way through. And then you've got the Lance Millers of the world who competed forever before finally making it to the final stage and winning. So, I don't think there's a lot of predictability to it. And it's just the state of the contest. I was talking with another finalist through chat today, and he and I completely diverged on who won, and neither one of us had the person who won. And it was just a matter of the fact that this contest is the clearest demonstration of subjectivity that you can have. Because nobody is ever going to agree. And so it could be somebody new. It could be somebody like Kwong. Hopefully at some point it's somebody like Louisa. I was going to say me, but that would be impolite.
I will say one thing. I thought that the first speaker in semifinal one, the African gentleman, was stellar. I thought he was really great. I thought he was going to take that one.
Mm-hmm.
But I really enjoyed his presentation.
Was that Cyril or was that or was that?
That was Cyril. Cyril was first in that one.
Cyril was first in that one, I think.
Right?
I don't know. Kingy, your thoughts? Because obviously you see different people than we do, being in that neck of the woods.
Well, apart from the ones that I'm looking at currently, Sherwood. I'm gonna. You were your semi-final speech. You were like a tractor beam, buddy. I just couldn't move away from it. It was just simply amazing. Probably the only one that I saw all the way through. People that we need to keep an eye out for. Really, I'm not sure in our neck of the woods we've got some really good ones coming through, but. Yeah, I'm not sure, especially because next year, if things go as they are going to be, we'll have 7 regions now, which means could be possibly 4 per region. But the ones that I've seen out of this echelon, one of my favorites was Amy Davidson. Amy Davidson from District 112. I think one of the things that was good about her is that Amy Davidson, how she speaks to me off stage, is the same Amy Davidson when you talk, when she's on stage. Eric's like that too. Those are the ones that I'm looking for, as well as the ones I'm looking at, such as my fellow finalists. And Louisa, hurry up and win, please.
That's funny, Kingy, because Eric is the same. He's over the top both on stage and off stage.
Yeah, that's right.
That's okay.
Yeah.
You guys don't have
Come
to-
on, Louisa, you have to win. You have to win so I can enter the game.
Yeah. That's okay. You don't have to deal with the every other day phone call about some things. So you guys are good when it comes to Eric. Yes, Phil, I know you're on the way out. So any final thoughts that you have?
Thank you for organizing this. Thank you for having us. It was a blast. I love seeing the dogs.
Yeah,
I had to come down here, but too big to get on my lap. But thank you all for the insights. And I learned a lot from hanging out with you folks this morning. So what is it? You're the sum of the 5 people you hang out with. Well, I'm hanging out with 5 people here and learning a lot. So thank you all, and everybody have a great rest of the day and stay safe.
I see that the announcement video is operating now online, so we can
see you, Phil.
See you guys.
Awesome.
See you, Phil.
We are going to finish out here in a couple minutes. The only thing I guess I want to ask you guys at this point is yes, Mark Tannen I thought was really, really good, and apparently he DQ'd in semifinal 2. That's the guy who started with the Spice Girls thing that I couldn't stop laughing my ass off for about 5 minutes after he started with that, because that was where my mind was entirely, and then he just did it. So I guess my question to you guys is, so 2021, I saw somebody ask the question, is Paris going to happen? Obviously, we know that all district contests are going to be all virtual through it. Well, as somebody said, in reality, all district contests are going to be virtual all the way possibly to semifinals. So thoughts about 2021 moving forward?
It's tough to say. I mean, coronavirus might go away a little bit, but politically, will they open borders to the U.S.? Because right now, most of the world won't let the U.S. folks go anywhere. So that could pose a really large problem if politically we're still in this state as well as medically.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if they're going to go semifinals virtual and finals in person, then they're going to have the distance there, like the old regionals, where the semis would have to be in June in order to get the logistics of people going to Paris.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Absolutely. Louise, any thoughts on your road ahead for 2021?
The virtual aspect of it is so hard for me to wrap my head around, merely because I am 95% audience reaction.
Yep.
So for people to have, this was the first time when I didn't win division. I went, oh, thank God, I didn't win division. Oh, thank you, Lord Jesus. Phyllis Allen, who is my mentor, said, well, if you hadn't been in that school bus driving 50 dogs to New York with dog food behind you in the background, you might have placed first instead of second. And I said, no, you don't get this. I'm relieved in a weird sort of fox with their sour grapes that I didn't win, because I could not fathom the idea of me having to do something on screen.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't. Now I remember last year when I won at district, they said, well, they're going to take that video of you and they're going to submit it for regionals. Are you okay with that? I said, absolutely, because I can never do that speech again that good ever. So I'm glad somebody got it on tape to have proof to show that I actually did a pretty good job at district. But to do that from the get-go, the only thing that I can think of is if we are over the district, and I don't know if they'll allow this, if we are over the coronavirus and district has to be taped, can I have my club in front of me and tape myself so that I have 95% of the reaction that I need? Is this going to be allowed? Because I get it why we're sequestered now. because there's that chance of the virus. But when we start meeting again in our areas and in our meeting places, are we going to be able to videotape? Because if you can videotape me with 20 people in front of me, I'm okay with that. If I have to be doing it from my extra bedroom in my house, ooh, my cats and dogs are not going to like that. Not going to like it.
Did they give you rules about a localized audience, Sherwood?
No, they did not really give us an option of having anything outside of them doing the recording. Now, they didn't say anything about we could not have an audience in front of us. If you could get people out at 6 or 7 a.m. to be in your audience, which is when
Mike Carr has 8 kids. He could have had them all watching him while he was doing his. Who knows?
Yeah,
money talks.
It's funny you say that. Eric's got a bunch of kids. My reaction to him was, okay, just have them all sit around and Daddy's going to talk now. Kingy, any thoughts on 2021 and the road ahead?
Yeah, I have no idea.
No idea.
I'm not even sure that I'd be able to leave New Zealand, depending on how things are looking. We've just had a couple of breakthroughs, not breakthroughs, a couple of breakouts. So that's why we're back into lockdown. Oof. Myself, I am like Louisa. I'm a connection person, and I'm not talking about an internet connection. I'm talking about a heart-to-heart connection. That's where I live. I need to have people there that I can talk to, that I can interact with, and it's usually an audience for myself. It's an audience. That's what I like about when I compete, is that I can speak to an audience, new audiences every time. And if I can't do that because I'm looking at a lens or a camera, then myself, I'd probably look elsewhere. Well, I'll probably wait for another year or so. Maybe head over to Texas. I hear that there's going to be a world championship, or there's going to be a convention in 2000 in San Antonio, I think. But my hope is around, in terms of the regionals as we move forward, is that it could be a virtual contest where it's like a Zoom contest. The problem that I had last year, I came second in the region, is that I didn't actually see a video or the speech of the person that beat me.
Right.
And I would have liked to have seen the eyes of the person that beat me, so that I can then, because what usually happens is then I can lift the pace of my speech to be able to meet them and beat them. That's what happened. You know, in my division contest last year, the person who spoke before me, oh my gosh, that division contest was his. So for me to be able to win, I had to take it up a few levels. And luckily I won. I was really happy about that. Of that opportunity, contest opportunity, by having my district winning speech sent overseas somewhere. I'd rather have a contest there, compete against the people that I can actually see, and then straight after that, then I will know if I'm going forward or not. Because that whole thing around June, July, when some people find out on one day and others find out that the next day, was just so hectic. So for me, that's just a quick rundown on where I see things are happening and my hopes for the future.
Got it. Sherwood, as the one person who got all the way to the end, thoughts on the possibility of having to do this again in 2021 in the road ahead?
I'll do whatever it takes. I mean, even though, like I say, it's sort of like the home version of the contest, it still exercises the same muscles. So I welcome the opportunity.
Awesome.
Wouldn't it be cool if Dan Rex knocked on your door and said, "Here's the trophy," like Ed McMahon used to? "Here's your check."
They're mailing out the trophies, so you know.
Okay. Well, I that's, it's funny, we had longer plan, but because of the fact of how Toastmasters did thing, we're gonna wrap this up. I want to thank, obviously, Kingy Biddle, who's been up all night. Sherwood, who was kind enough to come on after that and getting congratulations, great job. Louisa Montavo, Rich Hopkins, who was a surprise guest that we were planning on. There were a
Surprise
few
for me too, Jeff.
Well, that was the plan. I didn't want. That was kind of the plan. Obviously, Eric and Phil are gone. Kim Kaufman, who was with us this morning, and it's funny. We did have a few other people who were lined up for later, but with the way things were, we're going to stop this here. Obviously, thank you to Barbara Beckley for doing a lot of the behind the scenes work, and like I said, thank you for joining us today on Midwest Speaking Professionals, the pregame, the postgame, and a good portion of the contest. Unfortunately, we'll get into that part of it, but we thank everybody for being part of it. The link below has a free gift for everybody. God, I'm gonna have to talk to you about dogs, Louisa, at some point, because I didn't realize you had mini schnauzers, and that's gonna kill me. But obviously, there's a link below. You can get our free gift from to you guys about some ideas, about basic ideas about how to be about taking that next leap. Again, our next event is going to be October 18th, and it's going to be with Lois Creamer, and we'd love to have people. And obviously, you guys are more than happy to be there if you want. She's phenomenal. I have seen her recently. Barbara, you had something, or are we ready to roll on? Are we ready to finish?
I have thoughts, real quickly thoughts, before everybody goes. First of all, I want to thank each and every panelist. Congratulations again to Sherwood. I know you don't know me, but I really appreciate you. I follow you. I follow all Toastmaster people, especially the awesome, amazing ones, which all of you are. So thank you so much for coming on and being a part of our pre and post. See, well, I think a lot of people got a lot out of it. I've been getting a lot of feedback, a lot of good vibes. We're going to be having more of these types of events, but next time we will check with Toastmasters before we do certain things on there, which is a good thing. And I just want to say I got a message, because I want to read this from where myself and Jeff are from District 30 in the Chicagoland area, and the district director, Ms. Patty Anderson, sent me a text, and she said, I can't get on your YouTube right now, but I want to relay the message that it was a very great event and how much I love all the special things that MSP does for their members and for our district. So she basically sent that to me just a minute ago, and I just wanted to make sure I put that out there because she asked me to do that. And I just thank for everybody for the comments and everything. Jeff, you were the main person behind all this, getting everybody together. So I totally commend you, and I honor you for doing that and for really, putting MSP out there so people understand that we're there to help people become professional speakers and do what we all do.
Well, and the other thing is and here's the best part. There may be people who weren't watching us live, but I'm going to tell you right now, you guys were at the beginning. While we were doing pregame, I dropped this. This is probably why we got on Toastmasters radar. I dropped this in every Toastmasters group I could find. So there are a lot of people who may not see this now, who are going to see this afterwards and get a chance to watch this. So I'm thrilled that people are going to get a chance to watch this later. So don't be shocked when you get a whole bunch of comments like a day or two later going, wow, that was really amazing. And you guys were really amazing. I got a lot. One of the reasons why at times I wasn't paying attention, my phone's been blowing up for the last 4 hours with thank yous from a whole bunch of people about this was amazing, great job. When can we see stuff like this again? And in fairness, I got to be honest with you. I hope we don't have to kind of do this again, and we can do this more locally, which means that we're going to have a live in-person final, okay? But if we do, we certainly want to do this, and we loved having all you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you to everybody watching. And I guess that's, unless you guys have got final quick thank yous, we're out of here.
Good to see you guys again, Sherwood. Louisa, long time. Barbara.
Thank you.
Jeff, always good to see you most of the time.